Shankara Bharati Swamiji, Param Pujyapad Swami Bhajananandaji Maharaj, Revered Atmapriyanandaji Maharaj and Swami Sarvottomanandaji Maharaj and all monks present here. The theme for the seminar is Ancient Veda-Vedantic Solutions to Modern Problems of Environment and Disaster Management. It is an honor to have you all here and contributing your thoughts and insights to this meaningful exploration. And let us begin this seminar with an invocation by the monks of Vivekananda University led by Swami Japasiddhanandaji Maharaj.
Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Harihi Om. Bhadram Karnebhih Shrunuyama Devaah, Bhadram Pashyemakshabhiryajatraah, Sthirairangaiः Stuštuvagam Sastanubhih, Vyashema Devahitam Yadayuh, Swasti na Indro Vruddhashravah, Swasti nः Pusha Vishvavedaah, Swasti nastarksho arishtanemihi, Swasti no Brihaspatirdadhatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi. Om Yaschandasam Rishabho Vishvarupah, Chandobhyodhyamritaat sambabhuva, Samendro Medhaya Sprinotu, Amritasya Devadharano Bhuyasam, Shariram me Vicharshanam, Jihva me Madhumattama, Karnabhyam Bhuri Vishruvam, Brahmana Koshosi Medhaya Pihitaha, Shrutam me Gopaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi. Om Madhuvata Ritayate Madhuksharanti Sindhavaha, Madhvirnas Santoshadhihi, Madhunaktamutoshasi Madhumatparthivagam Rajaha, Madhudyaurastu naf pita, Madhumanno Vanaspatir Madhumagam Astu Suryaha, Madhvirgavo Bhavantu Naha. Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi. Om Apyayantu Mamangani, Vakpranaschakshushrotramato Balamindriyani cha Sarvani, Sarvam Brahma Upanishadam, Maham Brahma Nirakuryam, Mama Brahma Nirakarot, Anirakaranamastvanirakaranam me astu, Tadatmani nirateya upanishatsu dharmaste mayi santu, te mayi santu. Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate, Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi. Harihi Om Tat Sat. Shri Ramakrishna Arpanamastu.
Thank you, Maharaj, for the sonorous chanting which sets the mood for the seminar. Now let's have the welcome address by Swami Atmapriyanandaji Maharaj. Swami Atmapriyanandaji Maharaj is the founding Vice Chancellor of Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda Educational and Research Institute, in short RKM, having served the university in this capacity for 15 years since its foundation. Currently, he serves as the Pro-Chancellor and Secretary of RKM, continuing to guide the university with his vision and wisdom. A distinguished academician, Maharaj holds a PhD in theoretical physics and is widely respected for his deep knowledge and profound insights. He is also a well-known orator, celebrated for his ability to bridge the worlds of modern science and ancient philosophies. I would like to request Revered Swami Atmapriyananda Ji Maharaj to deliver the welcome address.
ॐ यो ब्रह्माणं विदधाति पूर्वं यो वै वेदांश्च प्रहिणोति तस्मै तम्हदेवम् आत्मबुद्धिप्रकाशं मुमुक्षुर्वै शरणमहं प्रपद्ये ॐ शक्तिसमुद्रसमुत्थतरङ्गं दर्शितप्रेमविजृम्भितरङ्गं संशयराक्षसनाशमहास्त्रं यामि गुरुं शरणं भववैद्यम् अद्वैतत्त्वसमाहितचित्तं प्रोज्ज्वलभक्तिपटावृतवृत्तं कर्मकलेवरमद्भुतचेष्टं यामि गुरुं शरणं भववैद्यम् जननीं शारदां देवीं रामकृष्णं जगद्गुरुं पादपद्मे तयो श्रुत्वा प्रणमामि मुहुर्मुहुः नमः श्रीयतिराजाय विवेकानन्दसूरये सच्चित्सुखस्वरूपाय स्वामिने तापहारिणे. So it's a request to everybody to please put your mobile phones in silent mode and all your minds in silent mood so that you can grasp the insights which will come from the learned speakers here. So we have great pleasure to welcome all of you to this two-day seminar. Everybody should be aware now that the government of India has started Indian Knowledge Systems Division. They call it IKS Division under the Ministry of Education. And the responsibility of advising this whole scheme is given to All India Council for Technical Education, AICTE. The chairman of AICTE will be coming today. Today, he'll be present with us tomorrow. So the idea is to revive the ancient wisdom. Swami Vivekananda spoke about this long ago. On 2nd of July 1902, the day of his Mahasamadhi, he told his very dear brother disciple Swami Premananda Ji, I'll quote in Bengali and then translate into English. প্রাচীন ভারতীয় ধারা বজায় রেখে তার সঙ্গে সঙ্গে আধুনিক জ্ঞান বিজ্ঞানের অনুশীলন হয় এমন একটি বিশ্ববিদ্যালয় বেলুর মঠে প্রতিষ্ঠা করিতে হইবে। বেলুর গায়ে বেড়াইতে বেড়াইতে এসব জমি দেখাইয়া বলেছিলেন এই সব জমি নিয়ে একটি বিশ্ববিদ্যালয় প্রতিষ্ঠিত হবে। Keeping the ancient Indian ideals of Bharatiya Parampara intact and blending it harmoniously with the modern scientific knowledge, we should establish a university at Belur Mutt. And showing all the lands on which he was walking, he said, with all these lands, we should establish a university. We fondly believe that this is the very ground on which Swami Vivekananda walked, and this is the statement which he said, July 1902. The idea of the university came up again and again. The Rishi Vakya cannot be false, and therefore the followers, the admirers, the brahmacharis, the disciples, the sannyasins, the administrators of the Belur Mutt, again and again tried to start a university. At that time, as you know, India was under shackles of the British, and India became free in 1947, as you know. University Grants Commission was established by an Act of Parliament in 1956. 1963, during the birth centenary of Swami Vivekananda, Ramakrishna Mission made very genuine attempts under the leadership of Swami Vivekananda Ji of revered memory. Swami Madhavanandaji was the president at that time. As early as 1940, the trustees adopted a resolution saying we should start a Vivekananda University. As a first step, we'll start a college called Ramakrishna Mission Vidya Mandir. That name also was given by Swami Vivekananda himself. I had the privilege of serving that also for about 30 years. But it didn't happen. The Parliament rejected the proposal, saying, we will not start any university in any person's name. That was the idea at that time. Lot of waters flowed down the Ganges since that time. The idea of the university did not die up. It came again and again, resurfaced, did not get drowned in the flow of the Ganges, but was only floating there. So a lot of changes, sea changes had taken in the higher education sphere. Open university concept was in vogue. Distance education is very much in the air. Digital education also came up later on. And 2004, the UPA one government was in place. This idea again came up. A committee was constituted. We remember the contribution of late revered Swami Smarananandaji Maharaj, who was the General Secretary at that time. So the trustees of the Ramakrishna Mutt and the Ramakrishna Mission strangely adopted the resolution immediately. That was a divine will, because these things take time, as you know. Ramakrishna Mission moves rather slowly, somewhat hesitantly, keeping the sustainability point of view always. You can start something, how to sustain, how to take it forward is always a concern. It happened to go through. The committee was formed. I was made the convener of the committee, and we met again. We met with the minister in charge at that time of education, late Arjun Singh, and there's a great inspiration and tremendously awakened everybody. And we should remember also late revered Swami Ranganathanandaji, who was the Adhyaksha, president at that time. He was so enthusiastic because he was part of the committee formed in 1963, and he wrote from the hospital. He was almost dying. He wrote himself, this committee has made an excellent job which we ourselves could not do. Because he was part of the committee, it didn't happen. Later on, of course, he recovered and came back. And Swami Smaranandi very humorously told me, you see, whenever we want to adopt the product with the procedure of go slow in any project, we form a committee. That's what usually government also does, form a committee, have a convener, and the funny joke says, what will the committee do? Committee will form a subcommittee. What will the subcommittee do? In the first meeting, it will ask the committee what it should do. So it will go on. Swarananji said humorously, we made a mistake in making you the convener. Why did you take it forward? We didn't take it forward. We have no idea what is to be done. And we chose certain thrust areas. And one of the most important areas we chose was Indian heritage, School of Indian Heritage. Because Swami Vivekananda repeatedly said, Indians are woefully unaware of their own legacy and heritage. And most unfortunately, Indians take pride in saying they don't know Sanskrit. You ask any educated person, oh, I don't know much of Sanskrit. It's a great pride. We are ashamed of it. No person in any country will say, I don't know my own language. That's because the Nicholas education, as you know, who proclaimed in the parliament in UK, we will give these Indians such an education by which they will completely ignore and despise all that is Indian, and outwardly they may look like Indians, inwardly they will thoroughly anglicized. And we've almost succeeded. Even now, we have the hangover. So Swami Vivekananda also said, I want to start a machinery by which the greatest ideas in our Vedas and Vedanta, what our forefathers thought about the most momentous questions of life, these shall reach the common people. Every door to door I will preach this. And he added, having learned these ideas, let them decide their fate, what they are like. We put the chemicals together and the crystallization takes place of its own. So with this vision we started, Several thrust areas were chosen, one of which being the School of Indian Heritage. When the IKS Division was in place, we also started getting involved with that. And then Swami Abhedananda's 150th birth celebration was held at Belur Mutt elsewhere also. And the government of India, under the Ministry of Culture, awarded Swami Abhedananda chair. The corpus is kept at Belur Mutt. Unfortunately, we had to recruit a young assistant professor in philosophy. She is here now, Dr. Paramita Roy, who is holding that chair. She is well versed in philosophy. And in the IKS division, there are so many projects which are given. So she applied for a project under the IKS division on Kautilya's Arthashastra and its relevance to modern times. She also chose certain thrust areas, thoroughly studied the shlokas. There are some bhashyas on Arthashastra which are not translated into English. One is Sri Mula Bhashya. Portions of them for the first time were translated. And we thought we should have a seminar here. And Param Pujya Shankara Bharati Swamiji, who is in Mysuru, he is running a Vedanta Bharati for the dissemination of Advaita Vedanta in particular. So I attended many seminars conducted by him elsewhere in Ayodhya and Bangalore, etc. He was eager that we should have one at Belur Mutt. We planned this. Vedanta usually is considered as a philosophy and a religion which will take you to heaven, whatever idea of heaven we have, and to moksha, nishreyasa, nivritti marga. Swami Vivekananda repeatedly said is not only for the nivritti marga or moksha, it can give you abhyudaya, welfare in this world also. The Upanishads and the Vedas never said you should not enjoy the world. Please enjoy as much as you can, for which you need money, earn money in good means, but the whole thing should be regulated by dharma. In fact, the Bhagavad Gita famous verse, Bhagavan says there, Dharma viruddho bhuteshu kamosmi bharatarshabha. Hey Arjuna, I am that kama, the desire, which is not antagonistic to dharma. Dharma, artha, kama, moksha, abhyudaya, nishreyasa, pravritti marga, nivritti marga go parallel in India. So this time we wanted to have a seminar based on this idea of Swami Vivekananda, who said, I don't believe in a God who can give me eternal heaven after I die, but will not give me 2 pieces of bread when I am alive. What is the use of such a God? So he said, Vedanta should be applied at every field of life. Swamiji's very famous statements, devastatingly incisive. He said, if a fisherman thinks Vedanta and thinks he is the Atman, he will be a better fisherman. If a lawyer thinks he is the Atman, he will be a better lawyer. If a student remembers and thinks he is the Atman, he will be a better student, and so on. So Vedanta is application to all spheres of life, of overall development of human society. Dharma, artha, kama, moksha, abhyudaya, nishreyasa, pravritti marga and nivritti marga. So we captioned this seminar as Vedanta, including Veda also, ancient solutions to modern problems of environment and disaster management. These are burning issues now. Vedanta cannot be talking about the Atman and the Supreme and the Mandukya Upanishad and the world is not real. Be blind to the problems which are burning problems in the modern day. What can Vedanta do? I have attended several conferences in India and abroad. United Nations also held a conference in New York, their headquarters. And the religious leaders, they said, should come together and find out what the solution in their texts and their religious books for solving modern problems. All of us know the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. And other religionists, Christians, Muslims, Jews, They're always worried about the problems of the modern society and coming up with solutions. Unfortunately, we have been lagging behind in this aspect, in spite of our great acharyas emphasizing that we should improve the common man's quality of living. We always remember the first contribution of Shankara, Acharya Shankara Bhagavatpada, Bhagavan Bhashyakara, is the removal of poverty. As a child of 5 years old, after the Upanayana ceremony, he goes for begging. An old lady comes out, tears in her eyes, as if the sun has come down. Koti Surya Prakasha, Shankara, Mahadeva himself has come with tears. He says, "My child, I don't have anything to offer to you." She was so poor. She had one amalaki, that fruit, which had become old. With tears, she offered it there. The child Shankara was moved to tears. He prayed to Lakshmi, "Oh, goddess of wealth, why are you keeping this woman in such poverty?" He prayed to Lakshmi the famous Kanakadhara Stotram, which is even now chanted by particularly people who need some money. In the south, this is very common. Then the legend has it that golden amalakis were raining there. I always remember this one incident in Shankara. All his bhashyas, etc., you leave out. He was so moved by the poverty of people, exactly like Swami Vivekananda, who used to give away anything that he had whenever a person asks for something. So his mother was so scared, she locked him up in a room, and through the window, he threw all the costliest Banarasi sarees of his mother to a beggar. That window is still kept open in Swami Vivekananda's birthplace, symbolizing the great heart which Vivekananda had. Vivekananda was teaching Brahmasutra Bhashyas to his disciples towards the end of his life. Girish Chandra Ghosh came, and then he used to call him GC. Swami Vivekananda was taunting him, "Oh GC, you are all poets, you will only cry and sing the glory of God. Oh Lord, your nose is so beautiful, your ears are so fine. You will not understand this high Vedantic philosophy." Then Girish Chandra Ghosh was also very clever. He went on painting the miseries of people. "Naren, do you have any solution to this huge book which you have, which will wipe away the tears of widows, orphans who are suffering? So much of suffering is there in the world. What is the solution that Vedanta offers?" Swamiji could not contain himself. He cried and walked away from that place. Then Girish Chandra Ghosh said to the disciples, "You see, I have great admiration, love, and respect for your Guru, not because of his great Vedantic knowledge, because of his huge heart, which bleeds for the poor." So we just wanted to show just a glimpse of how environment and disaster management issues can have some solutions in ancient texts. We have a very vibrant Department of Environment Disaster Management, which is headed by Dr. Dhar Chakravarti. He was a retired IAS officer, extremely dynamic for his age, and he has taken this department to new heights. He will also speak today. And we also have the director of the Asiatic Society, Kolkata. All of you know, is about 245 years old. William Jones, who started this, was so much interested in knowledge per se. He did not want to divide knowledge into science or arts. He said any branch of knowledge which human beings pursue will be cultivated in this society. He was himself a Sanskritist. He studied Sanskrit well. Unfortunately, things happen. Sakalena hamata yogo nashtaparantava. Asiatic society is not a good shape. So they have brought Lieutenant Colonel Anand Singh, who is now heading it as an administrator and director. He has brought new dynamism. So we are collaborating with Vedanta Bharati under the leadership of Shankara Bharati Swamiji, and with Asiatic Society with the dynamic leadership of Lieutenant Colonel Anand Singh. And of course we are there, and the dynamic leadership of Swami Vivekananda himself. When the announcer, the anchor said that he is the founding vice chancellor, he said nobody found anything. Even Swami Vivekananda is not the founder of the Ramakrishna mission, you should know. We believe the Divine Mother Jagadamba Bhavatarini, showed it to Swami Sri Ramakrishna that he should set in a movement. And Sri Ramakrishna chose Swami Vivekananda. Paratatve sadalino Ramakrishna samagya yo dharmasthapanarto vireshantam namamyaham. This is the hymn written by his own brother disciple Sharadananda Swamiji. By Ramakrishna Agya, he started this movement. He conceived of this university, he conceptualized it, and we strongly believe he is guiding us at every moment. We are extremely happy that Param Pujya Swami Bhajanananda Ji Maharaj, who is the senior vice president of the Ramakrishna Mission and Ramakrishna Math, and is a great scholar monk, and he has been the editor of Prabuddha Bharata for about 8 years. He had wrote 94 editorials, apart from several other writings. He has been teaching the brahmacharis in the training center here, which is in Belur Math, for several decades now. In spite of his age, he is still vibrant. He is extremely interested in anything which knowledge can cultivate. Love for knowledge and hunger for knowledge is something which he repeatedly emphasizes in the case of students. And we always also invite all the speakers who are present here. Neil Lohit Banerjee is here, who is there is one wildlife SOS, Kartik Satyanarayan. He could not come because I heard he's rescuing some elephants in deep forest and he cannot be connected. He's so passionate about wildlife. His assistant Neil Lohit he has sent here, and several other speakers will speak today. So all of you hopefully will be able to enjoy. A couple of instructions, because you will have prasad at Belur only. In this season, the Christmas season, the last week of December, the huge crowd, 15 to 20,000 people come for prasad. So the manager Maharaj told me there will be no arrangement for serving people. So you'll have a buffet system. I hope you are fine with it. And then you'll be able to sit and take prasad. That is number one. Number two is after prasad, immediately come back here for the session. Manager Maharaj told me that all the temples will be closed. People cannot moving around and taking selfies and photographs. Please don't do that. We don't expect you to do that also. And the third is, please try to attend all the sessions. It usually happens post-lunch, slowly the number dwindles. So please try to attend all the sessions. Great difficulty we could get these scholars. They come from far away. So with this introduction, I welcome all of you and hope you will learn much. You will take home several points which are implementable in your own life. And this 2-day seminar inspires you to do something for our society, to find out solutions from our ancient texts like Vedas and Vedanta, to inspire you to delve deeply in those texts. Good translations are available, and apply them to modern life. We'll feel blessed and happy. Swami Sarvottamananda, of course, is our own man. He is the Vice Chancellor. He is a computer scientist, but still he is very much interested in any branch of knowledge. And all of our monks university team is also here. The university team welcomes all of you to this seminar. Thank you. As a mark of our respect, we'll garland these two Pujya Swamijis. Revered Bhajananji Maharaj says, give this garland to Sarvathamananda.
Thank you, Maharaj, for the welcome address. And now we'll have two of our benediction lectures. The first one would be by most revered Swami Bhajananandaji Maharaj. So we are grateful to have most revered Swami Bhajananandaji Maharaj, Vice President of the Ramakrishna Math and Ramakrishna Mission, with us today. Revered Maharaj served as the editor of Prabuddha Bharata, the English language monthly journal of the Ramakrishna Order from 1979 to 1986. During his tenure, he authored 94 insightful editorials, many of which have since been compiled and published as books. Revered Maharaj is widely respected for his vast erudition and deep interest in yoga and Vedanta. It is a privilege now to invite Revered Swami Bhajananandaji Maharaj to deliver his benedictory address.
I requested Maharaj to sit and speak, but he says he's comfortable standing there. Ravi Shankar.
परम पूज्य श्री शंकर भारती स्वामी जी, लेफ्टिनेंट कर्नल अनंत सिन्हा, डॉक्टर पीसी धर चक्रवर्ती, and respected Atma Priyananda ji and the other students and distinguished guests who are assembled here. As far as my understanding goes, the purpose of this seminar seems to be twofold. The first purpose is to bring all the different types of knowledge, both sacred and secular, within one vast universal philosophical framework. The second purpose seems to be to apply the fundamental principles of Vedanta in life, and to face, at least to face the problems of life. Swami Vivekananda attempted to accomplish both these tasks through Vedanta. Swamiji regarded Vedanta as a universal science of consciousness which can be applied by all people irrespective of race, religion, etc. to the various problems of life. As regards Swamiji's attempt to develop Vedanta into a universal philosophy for all people, I would like to quote the words of Josephine MacLeod, who was a disciple of Swamiji, but she regarded herself only as a friend of Swamiji. To quote Miss MacLeod, the thing that held me in Swamiji was his unlimitedness. I never could touch the bottom or top or sides. The amazing size of him. The great American poet Walt Whitman wrote, I inhale great drops of space. This is the east and the west are mine, and the north and the south are mine. This I read when I was a college student in Leaves of Grass of the Walt Whitman. I inhale great drops of space. The east and the west are mine, and the north and the south are mine. He said, Vivekananda has been regarded, and Swamiji would have appreciated that. But in the case of Swamiji, it was not only I inhaled great drops of space, but he would have said I would have inhaled great drops of time also. Vivekananda has been regarded as a great patriot, rejuvenator of humanism, world teacher, and so on. But perhaps the best description of his greatness has been given by the British historian and Indologist A. L. Basham. Basham said, in centuries to come, Vivekananda will be regarded as one of the main molders of the modern world. When you talk about main molders of the modern world, what generally we think of Einstein, Darwin, Freud, Marx, and others. Few people think of Swami Vivekananda, but A.L. Basham was a distinguished professor of history in Australian University, and also he was also a great Indologist. His famous book, The Wonder That Was India, I think is known to many of you. Before concluding this paper, I would like to mention one important fact, and that is, in order to understand the deep significance of the lives and teachings of spiritually illumined souls, it is not enough to read more books. Generally nowadays, the students are encouraged to read more books, advanced books. It is not enough to read more books. What is more important is to increase our capacity for understanding, capacity to understand. Therefore, just as an example, I will give the reference to the Prashna Upanishad, one of the important 10 Upanishads on which Sri Shankaracharya wrote commentaries. In the Prashna Upanishad, the 6 young men, Ashishto, Dradishto, Balishtaha, they go to the Guru, Pipalada, Rishi Pipalada, to know about Brahman. And Pipalada told them, you have already been living a life of brahmacharya and tapasya, but bhuyaya, you stay for 1 year. Bhuyaya samvatsaro samvatsate भूयेव tapasa brahmacharyena shraddhaya samvatsaram samvatsatha. Tarpare you can ask yatha kaman prashnan prachata. You told them after this, after staying for 1 more year, leading a life of tapas, brahmacharya and shraddha, you may ask any question. Yatha kaman prashnan prachata prachata. You can ask any as you please. You can ask any question. So this was the challenge that Pipalana gave to the students. And they lived a life of strict brahmacharya and shraddha and tapas. Brahmacharya especially is nowadays very much ignored, especially in the younger generation and college students. The most important thing is the observance of brahmacharya. Brahmacharya is what distinguishes a sannyasin from the householders. There is hardly not much difference between a Sreshta Brahmana and a sannyasin. The only difference is a sannyasin observes brahmacharya, whereas even a most scholarly householder is not required to observe brahmacharya. Swami Vivekananda's message is immensely relevant to the present day world. In fact, during the first 100 years after Swamiji's passing away, the two world wars, turmoils caused by political conflicts between the political ideologies, the dominance of materialistic culture in the Western people, and as a result, they were not quite favorable for the propagation of Swami Vivekananda's message, but things have become vastly different now. The modern developments in information and communication technology, ICT, the rise of India, China, Southeast Asian countries, and other facts are before the people. We are bringing peoples of the world closer together now. And there is the spiritual wealth of each different culture is available to all people, and as a result, Indian culture is now in great demand in many of the Western countries. Many people are disillusioned with the promises of modern science, and then they are turning to Indian culture for the solutions to the problems of life. And as Atma Priyanandaji mentioned in his welcome address, this is now the main theme of the present seminar. In Swami Vivekananda's concept of yoga, Swamiji saw that all the different ideas, though they apparently seem to be conflicting, they all can be brought under one term, large universal term of yoga. But Swami Vivekananda's idea of yoga has certain unique characteristics. The first one is the well-known concept of potential divinity of the soul. It should be understood here that potential divinity applies only to Vedanta philosophy. Hindu religion has there are at least 6 main systems of philosophy, of which Vedanta alone says that each jiva, each atma, each jivatma is a part of a supreme self or the Paramatma. According to most of the other schools of almost all the other 5 schools of Hindu philosophy, Atman, Atma Jivatman, or individual Pratyagatman, or individual self, is only a Jiva Vishesha, is a special kind of Jiva, Diva, that's all. Whereas Vedanta alone says that each Jiva is a part of an infinitude of consciousness known as Brahman or Atman or Paramatman. This is the first character, distinguishing feature of Swami Vivekananda's yoga. Each soul is potentially divine. Why he said potentially divine? Why? Because man as he is divine, no doubt, because his real nature is neither the body nor the mind, but the Atman. And this Atman is a part or reflection of an infinitude of consciousness known as Brahman. But this is an important fact. Most of the people are not aware of their own true nature as the Atman. People identify themselves only with the body, mind, and all that. So that's why Swamiji said potentially divine. Man as he is now is not divine. He has got in him the potentiality to become divine. And another point also you should keep in mind. When Swamiji said the divine, what he meant was actually Brahman. Each soul is potentially Brahman. He cannot be, ordinary man cannot become potentially, he is not potentially divine or potentially God. He cannot become God. And that is, Swamiji has repeatedly pointed out. He has given the example of the clay mouse and the elephant mouse. Clay elephant. Both as clay, both the elephant and the mouse are one and the same. But the clay elephant, the clay mouse can never become the clay elephant. The same way, human being, his real nature may be Atman, but that doesn't mean he can become Ishvara. He cannot become Ishvara. He can become Brahman. But if he had said his soul is potentially Brahman, nobody would have understood it. and it wouldn't have given that force, that inspiring power of the words. When Swamiji said each soul is potentially divine, it created a great stir among the Western people. They had been told that man was born sinner. He is a born sinner and hopelessly he will be punished and go to hell and all that. To such people, Swamiji said, ye divinities on earth, to sinners, to call you sinners itself is a standing libel on humanity. Swamiji said that. So, when Swamiji, he said potentially divine, mainly to mean the Western people. Had Swamiji been talking to Indians, even now potentially Brahman is the correct understanding of the word. Potentially each soul is potentially Brahman, not potentially God. That is the first point, the characteristic feature of Swamiji's concept of yoga. The second concept of Swamiji's concept of yoga is, Swamiji said that each yoga is meant to develop one particular faculty. The Karma Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, Jnana Yoga, and the Raja Yoga. These yogas, they are meant to develop one particular faculty of the human being, that is knowledge, capacity to knowledge, love, and then capacity to work. So each yoga is meant to develop one particular faculty of man. And Swamiji also spoke about the synthesis of all the yogas. The word synthesis of yoga, nowadays it is known to be associated with Sri Aurobindo. Sri Aurobindo's, he has written a famous book which is worth reading. That book, Synthesis of Yoga. So Aurobindo's, but actually the word, the coined originally was promoted by Swami Vivekananda. He did not exactly use the word synthesis of yoga, but he gave the ideas about synthesis of yoga. So this synthesis of yoga, through that, man's overall total development of the human personality will take place. So yoga, synthesis of yoga for Swamiji is not yoga in this modern sense of some kind of physical exercise and all that. What he meant was the overall development of all the faculties, and that means the overall total development of the human personality. This is what Swamiji meant by yoga. And then third one is yoga as revolution. Swamiji's time, he knew many things, so much of vast knowledge he had, and he knew much about Darwin's ideas of evolution. Evolution, as most of you know, is very slow. Evolution takes millions of years, and very little happens. So the evolution is very slow, whereas yoga is also kind of evolution, but it takes place at a rapid pace. So yoga is we can be say yoga is revolution. Ordinary evolution is very slow. So according to Swamiji, yoga is revolution. He gives the example of the railway engine, the steam engine. Formerly, nowadays, petrochemicals are used. But during my younger days, the trains were all they run on coal and water, steam power. So it used to take a long time for me to come to Belur mud. 4 days it used to take. But with more coal and water supply, the speed can be increased. Swamiji has given this example by giving more feeding, more coal. You can increase the speed of the train, and you can reduce the total time it takes for the people to reach their destinations. So these are some of the important characteristic features of Swami Vivekananda's concept of yoga. And finally, I would like to conclude by quoting Swamiji's words in a letter which he wrote to Sister Nivedita. Nivedita as Margaret Noble. She wanted to come and serve India. Swamiji wrote back, India has nothing to offer you except poverty and this diseases, that's all. And then he said, he wrote in a famous letter, my ideal in life can be put in a few words, and that is to preach unto mankind the divinity of the soul and how to manifest it, how to make it manifest in every moment of life. So that is what Swamiji meant by yoga, and that was the ideal Swamiji has placed before us. To preach unto mankind the divinity of the soul and how to manifest this divinity in every moment of life. With these few words, I thank you all for listening patiently. Namaste.
Thank you, Maharaj, for your profound words. Your words have set a tone of meditation and reflective nature in the seminar. We are fortunate to have in our midst Parama Pujya Shankara Bharati Swamiji, the head of Yadadhara Sri Yoganandeshwara Saraswati Math and chairman of Vedanta Bharati Mysuru. Vedanta Bharati, established in 1999, a renowned institution dedicated to Veda-Vedanta studies and research, recognized as a research center by Tumkur University. As its chairman, Paramapujya Swamiji is revered for his extensive knowledge of Vedanta, spirituality, and his compassionate approach towards humanity. Born into a lineage deeply rooted in spiritual wisdom, Swamiji has devoted his life to sharing the timeless teachings of ancient scriptures, guiding individuals on their spiritual journey and inspiring countless souls. I now kindly request Revered Swamiji to deliver his benedictory speech.
Param Pujya Swamiji is very fluent in Sanskrit. He uses Sanskrit as his own mother tongue, so most of you will not be able to understand. So I requested him to briefly speak in Sanskrit and follow it by Hindi. And Swami Japasiddhananda ji will give a brief outline of his speech at the end in English. May I request the participants please see, if people keep on browsing, it irritates. I don't know. I should become more calm. But the whole purpose of this conference, such great souls are here. Why are you people constantly browsing and looking at the phones? I feel I'm sorry to say this, but if elders do this, what will the youngsters learn? Those who are constantly associated with the great Swamiji are also, I'm watching, constantly they are in the mobile phones only. Then please go outside and do it. I'm very sorry, pain to say this, but please.
सदा राम रामेति रामामृतन्ते सदा राममानन्दनिःशन्दकन्दं पिबन्तं नमन्तं सुदन्तं हसन्तं हनुमन्तमन्तर्भजेतं नितान्तम् हरलीलावताराय शङ्कराय वरोजसे कैवल्यकलनाकल्पतरवे गुरवे नमः। अद्यतन विषयः मुख्यरूपेण परिसरविषये। अस्माकं शास्त्रेषु प्रकृतिशब्देनापि व्यवहारः दृश्यते। हिंदी भाषा में तो पर्यावरण ऐसा शब्द भी प्रयोग कर रहे हैं, मगर संस्कृत में प्रकृति ये तो अत्यंत प्रसिद्ध शब्द है। परिसर विषये अथवा प्रकृति विषये अस्माभिः चिन्तनार्थं प्रायः प्रकृतिः कथम आगता तस्याः उत्पन्नं कथम तस्याः उत्पत्तिः जाता एतत् सर्वं वयं किञ्चित् विचारयामश्चेत् तदा अस्माभिः एन्वैरन्मेण्ट् विषये अधिकचिन्तनं तत्रापि सूक्ष्मरूपेण चिन्तनं वयं कर्तुं शक्नुमः इति मम विचारः। उदाहरणार्थं तैत्तिरीय उपनिषदि एवम् अस्ति मन्त्रः अत्यन्तं प्रसिद्धः, प्रायः बहवः भवन्तः जानन्ति, आत्मना आकाशसम्भूतः। एवम् अत्र इदानीं फलके दृश्यमानमस्ति। अहं सर्वम् इदानीम् उल्लेखितुं न इच्छामि, यतोहि समयस्य परिमितिः अस्ति इति कारणतः। अत्र पश्यन्तु, आत्मनः आकाशः, आकाशतः वायुः, वायुतः अग्निः, अग्नेः आपः, जलात् पृथिवी, पृथिव्याः ओषधयः, ओषधीभ्यः अन्नम्, अन्नात् पुरुषः इति एवं व्यवस्था। अत्र पश्यन्तु, अस्माभिः इदानीं पर्यावरणशब्दः भवतु अथवा प्रकृति भवतु अथवा एन्वैरन्मेण्ट् शब्दः भवतु, सर्वम् अत्रैव आगच्छति, सर्वे विषयाः अत्रैव सङ्गच्छन्ते। अतः इदानीम् अस्माकं पूर्वजाः विशिष्य वेदेषु शास्त्रेषु कया दृष्ट्या केन चिन्तनेन अस्माकं प्रकृतिं रक्षितुं चिन्तितवन्तः इति तु स्पष्टं वयम् अवगन्तुं शक्नुमः। अत्र एकः लघु अंशः मया उच्यते। अत्र अस्य मन्त्रस्य भाष्यावसरे श्री शङ्करभगवत्पादाः अत्यन्तस्पष्टरूपेण कथयन्ति, आत्मा एव चैतन्यमेव आकाशरूपेण परिणतं भवति। चैतन्ययुक्तः आकाशः एव वायुरूपेण परिणतः भवति। एवं क्रमेण सर्वेषां विषयेपि एवमेव। अस्य अर्थः कः? सर्वे ये भवन्ति, सर्वाणि यानि भूतानि भवन्ति, सर्वाणि चैतन्ययुक्तान्येव भवन्ति, तदा एव तेषाम् अस्तित्वं नो चेत् अस्तित्वं न भवति। एतत्तु अत्यन्तं स्पष्टं वेदान्तेषु। इति कारणतः एव अस्माकं पूर्वजाः तत्रापि वेदे सर्वत्र बहवः हास्यं कुर्वन्तः सन्ति। इदानीमपि पूर्वमपि कृतवन्तः स्युः। किं भवन्तः वृक्षमपि पूजयन्ति, पाषाणमपि पूजयन्ति, जलमपि पूजयन्ति, एवं तेषां विचारः। अरे वयं जलं पूजयामः, वृक्षं पूजयामः, मूढाः सन्तः न, सम्यक् विचारं कृत्वा एव वयं पूजां कुर्मः। यतः एतत् सर्वं चैतन्ययुक्तमेव भवति। अग्निः भवतु, वायुः भवतु, पृथिवी भवतु, अथवा सस्यानि भवन्तु, साक्षात् पुरुषः भवतु, चैतन्येन सह एतेषां सर्वेषाम् अस्तित्वमिति कारणतः अस्माभिः चैतन्यं तत्र चैतन्यस्य विषये वयं पूजां कुर्मः, न तु केवलं जडपदार्थस्य विषयं मनसि कृत्वा वयं पूजयामः। अतः एव सर्वेषु मन्त्रेषु एतद्विषये विशेषेण उक्तवन्तः। इदानीम् एतद् एकं चक्रमिव भाति अस्माकं, सैकल् इति कथयामः आङ्ग्लभाषायां, सैकल् एव चक्रम्। अत्र यत्र कुत्रापि भग्नः भवति चेत् तदा अवश्यं चक्रस्य या व्यवस्था भवति सा व्यवस्था अव्यवस्था भवत्येव, वयं जानीमः। वर्तमानकाले समाजे एवमेव अस्माभिः दृश्यते। न केवलं उपनिषदि अयं विचारः कथितः, भगवद्गीतामपि श्रीकृष्णः अर्जुनस्य उपदेशावसरे अन्नाद्भवन्ति भूतानि पर्जन्यादन्नसम्भवः अन्ते कथयति एवं प्रवर्तितं चक्रं नानुवर्तयति हयः अघायुरिन्द्रियारामो मोघं पार्थ सजीवति। अयम् उपदेशः भगवतः श्रीकृष्णस्य। साक्षात भगवान कहते हैं यहाँ, नहीं ये तो चक्र रूप में है व्यवस्था। ये चक्र रूप में जो व्यवस्था किया है, इसके बारे में हम ध्यान नहीं देंगे तो अवश्य ही टूट होगा। व्यवस्था तो टूटता है, कोई संदेह नहीं है। इसलिए भगवान वहाँ कहे हैं न अनुवर्तयति हयः। चक्र का अनुसरण कोई नहीं करता है तो वो तो अघायुः इंद्रियारामः मोघं पार्थ स जीवति। केवल इंद्रिय के लिए वो जीवन करता है, तद्विहाय किमपि न भवति। इदानीम् एन्वैरन्मेण्ट् नष्टम् अथवा एन्वैरन्मेण्ट् व्यवस्था एव भ्रष्टा इत्यादि वयं कथयामः खलु। कारणमिदमेव, इन्द्रियविषये एव अस्माकं चिन्तनं। तदर्थमेव वयं यत्किमपि कर्तुं सिद्धाः। तदा वयं कुर्मश्चेत् अघायुः तस्य आयुः व्यर्थमेव भवति इति भगवतः अपि वचनम्। अतः अस्माभिः एतद्विषये विशेषतः अवधानं देयं भवति इति मम अभिप्रायः। इतः परं वेदेषु सर्वत्र किं किम् उक्तमिति अनन्तरमपि भवन्तः ज्ञातुं शक्नुवन्ति। अहं विशिष्य यद्यपि सङ्ग्रहं किञ्चित् कृतवान् मन्त्रं, किन्तु इदानीमेव मम समयः समाप्तः। अतः केवलं रुद्रस्य विषये अहं स्मारयित्वा मम कथनं समापयामि। रुद्रप्रश्नः अत्यन्तं प्रसिद्धः। सर्वत्र पूजासन्दर्भे अन्यत्रापि एतस्य कथनं तु भवत्येव। कारणं रुद्रस्य विषये विशेषः एवम् उक्तः अस्ति, सर्वस्य वेदस्य नाम 4 वेदाः, सर्वेषां वेदानां सारः रुद्रः। इदानीं मनसि भवन्तः चिन्तयितुमर्हन्ति, सः रुद्रः किं कथयति अस्माकं पर्यावरणविषये अथवा प्रकृतिविषये वयं पश्यामश्चेत् ज्ञायते। रुद्रस्य मन्त्रः अस्ति नमो वृक्षेभ्यो हरिकेशेभ्यः। अयम् एकः विषयः। पशूनां पतये नमः। सायण आचार्याः सायणभाष्यकाराः अत्र नमो वृक्षेभ्यो हरिकेशेभ्यः इति पदमस्ति। तत्र विवरणं यच्छन्ति, हरितवर्णाः केशाः वर्णरूपाः येषां वृक्षाणां ते हरिकेशाः। पेड़ों के बारे में भी रुद्र में ध्यान में रखना है। रुद्र में कैसा कल्पना वर्णन किए हैं आप देख सकते हैं। उसका पर्ण पत जो है वो तो पर्ण वो सदा सर्वदा हरित होगा। वर्ण यानी वो तो जीवत पर्णम, ऐसा हम संस्कृत में कर सकते हैं, एक कल्पना है। वह वृक्ष अलग है, भगवान रुद्र अलग है, ऐसा नहीं, वृक्ष रूप ही भगवान, साक्षात परमेश्वर वृक्ष रूप, अतएव वृक्षेभ्यो, पेड़ों को भी हम नमस्कार करते हैं। वहाँ रुद्र उनका आवास स्थान हम मन में रखकर पूजा करते हैं, रुद्र बोलते हैं, सब हम जानते हैं। और नमः सस्पिंजराय त्विषीमते पतिनाम पतये नमः, यहाँ भी हम देख सकते हैं, वनानाम पतये, वृक्षाणाम पतये नमः, कक्षाणाम पतये नमः, वनगतानाम गुल्मादयः, ये सायण भाष्यकार का शब्द है। यहाँ कक्षाणाम पतये नमः ऐसा एक पद है ना, शब्द है, उसका अर्थ है गुल्माद है। गुल्म यानी छोटा छोटा सस्य होते हैं ना, वो सब कक्षा इस शब्द में आता है। और औषधि नाम पतये नमः, ये भी फिर वृक्ष के बारे में ही कहते हैं, किंतु छोटा छोटा अंतर है, वो तो बाद में हम देख सकते हैं। इसलिए मेरा कथन यह है, एनवायरनमेंट के बारे में हम जब सोचना चाहते हैं तब एनवायरनमेंट का व्यवस्था वो तो कैसी थी, हमारा वेद में, उपनिषदों में या ज्ञानियों वो तो कैसे व्यवस्था किए हैं और उसका रक्षण कैसे करते करते आ रहे हैं, ये तो मन में है। तो हमें तो वर्तमान काल में भी हमारा सामने जो समस्याएं हैं उनको हटाने के लिए हम समर्थ होंगे, ये तो मेरा अभिप्राय है। इस विचार अभी कहकर मेरा कथन समाप्त करता हूँ।
Pranams to all the Swamijis on the dais. Param Pujya Swami Shankara Bharati Swamiji has given in gist what the Vedic scriptures speak about the theme of this seminar. Swamiji first said the rishis thought about how the Prakriti originated. Now we are thinking about the disasters that have happened in the Prakriti and want to address them. How did the Prakriti originate? Taittiriya Upanishad says, Tasmadva etasmad atmana akashas sambhutaha. From the Atman, Akasha has emerged. Akashad Vayuhu. From Akasha, the Vayu has come. But the important point to note is what Bhagavan Sri Shankara says in his commentary on this topic, on this mantra. Bhagavan Shankara says it is the Atman that manifests itself as Akasha. That is the first step of manifestation into the gross world. When that Akasha is along with the Chaitanya, it is imbued with the Chaitanya, it then brings out Vayu. Thus the Prakriti has come into existence. And then we have the wonderful cycle of ecosystem mentioned in Bhagavad Gita. In the Bhagavad Gita we have Annad Bhavanti Bhutani Parjanyad Anna Sambhavaha. From Anna the beings come into existence. Anna means food. That which is consumed is known as Anna, and that which consumes is also known as Anna. Adyate Atticha. Adyate means that which is being consumed. Atti means that which consumes another thing. Both are called as Anna because in the cycle, eco-cycle, we know if one thing originates from the other, the originated thing itself becomes a cause to the successive origination. So in that cycle, the Bhagavan has given how we can keep the balance. In case someone breaks this balance, about that also Swamiji pointed out, Evam pravartitam chakram. The eco-cycle goes on like this. Na anuvartayati hayaha. If someone doesn't follow this, if he transgresses this cosmic rule, the ecosystem, what happens? Aghayur indriya ramaha. He is aghayuhu. Agha means sin, something very evil. His entire lifespan is of sin. And then Mogham Parthasa Jivati. His life is futile. Where there is no sacrifice, life is futile. Swami Vivekananda put the same thing in his own original style. He said, they alone live who live for others, the rest are more dead than alive. And our Pujya Swamiji also pointed out the wonderful insights and the botanical concepts present in the Sri Rudra Prashna. Rudra Prashna is a collection of mantras grouped into 11 chapters on Rudra. There, in one of the sections, Namo Vrikshebhyo Harikeshebhyaha, salutation is offered to the trees, Vrikshas. And then what are they? Harikesha. In Vedas, the terminology carries different meanings. Here, Kesha need not be taken as hair. Even as men have, or the human beings have hair, in the same way, trees also have some growth, and that is of the color of green. That which has this, what is it? It is obviously trees. Trees have such green hair-like structures. Harikeshebhyaha. And then Namas Saspinjaraya. Swamiji pointed out, Saspin is Balatruna. Balatruna means the grass. Even the grass is given respect. Then Oshadhi Nam Pataye Namaha. Oshadhi, the word has different meanings. Generally, it simply means herbs, plants, but it has some different technical connotation also. It is said that those things which wither away with fruition, Oshadhaya Phalapakantaha, says the Amarkosha. So, that which withers away with, say, rice, paddy, barley, these things which once they come to fruition, that is gone. Once again we'll have to sow and bring the crop. These are called as Oshadhi. They also are offered salutation. Like this perspective of divinity in the entire creation is the it is the basis, it is the foundational perspective, the aspect of our spiritual culture of the Vedas and Vedanta. If we keep to this, we can avoid all the unwanted consequences and the disasters which happen and lead a peaceful and contentful life. Thank you, Swamiji. Pranams.
We'll now have a small break of 15 minutes. We'll offer only tea and biscuits or coffee and biscuits. So our volunteers will guide you. We can exit through this, the front door, or you can go the back door also. And the speakers will please come to the front. We'll have the registration signed by you. And all the others may leave and have the, and please come back here at 11:15. 11:15 a.m. so that we can begin the next session in time. See, Belur works with clock-like precision. So the management has told me, please don't delay people for lunch beyond 12:30 or 12:35. So please. Akshay Panda is requested to come to the front and get the registration done for Akshay Panda.
Good morning, everyone. Param Pujya Shankar Bharati Maharaj, Swamiji, monks of Ramakrishna Mission, Swami Bhajanananji Maharaj, Swami Atmapriyananji, and dear listeners. First of all, I am very fortunate to deliver this unique speech, a lecture among you regarding disaster management and the role of armed forces, or you can say the role of army, how the army helps you. As we all know, whenever the disaster strikes, it comes without a warning. Of course, the mankind has always been trying to develop a system where they can get an early warning of any disaster which is coming. But many times it happens like it comes without a warning or without any sign. And this is the thing which actually affects the humankind in a greater, or you can say a larger way. So during my presentation, my aim will be to give you details about what is a disaster, what is the disaster management setup in our country, and how the armed forces, they play their role in the disaster management. There are certain, you will come across certain terminology and certain guidelines, or you can say certain issues which you may not have a lot of clarity how it has to be done or what is to be done. So in a very, I will say briefly, I will touch upon those subjects, like whenever any disaster happens, like how you as a common person or a person who is responsible for civil administration can request for help from armed forces. So with this, I would like to start my lecture. The learning outcome will be of like what is the disaster, then type of disaster, the process of disaster management, what is the disaster management in India, then what is the act which governs us, then the organization which all is involved in disaster management, and the role of armed forces in disaster. We all have a very simple concept which is there in our mind, like whenever any disaster happens today in our country, we are under impression that the armed forces are there, they are the prime people who will be responsible for doing the disaster management. It is the other way around. Actually, in 2005, there was an organization, dedicated organization, from which we have a person who was very much involved in the formation. Dr. Chakravarti is here, so he will be telling you in detail. And I'm really, I'm proud of telling you this, that India is one of the few countries where there is a dedicated manpower allotted to do the disaster management. It is one of the few in the world. Even very advanced countries are there, but they don't have a very dedicated force. They all have volunteers. Whenever the disaster takes place, these volunteers, they get collected at one place and do the disaster management. But it is a very ad hoc type of arrangement. So India is one of the few countries, I will say, that it has a dedicated force, very well trained, very well equipped, and it has proven its, you can say it has proven its name and fame and its worth. Like they are worth their salt. I'm very proud to tell you this. And whenever you have an opportunity, please do interact with them. During the course of my presentation, I'll tell you the detail, I'll share the details, which all organizations are there and which is the main organization. Now coming to the disaster is mainly two types. You can say one is natural disaster and second is a man-made disaster. In the slide which you see, it reflects about like natural disaster, as we all know, flood, any epidemic, or you can say earthquake. Man-made, it can be any industrial disaster. One example is Bhopal gas tragedy, as we all know. Some fire incident, or you can say some blast, like one which happened in Vivekanada in one of the fertilizers plant. It's like long back, approximately 25 years back it happened. So the topics which you all are generally aware, you have a fair idea. So that topic I will move slightly faster because the time what I have been given and the topic what I have to cover. So it's a total, I will say it's a course. It's a 2 years course. So this 2 year course, entire thing, I'm trying to sum it up in 35 minutes of my presentation. So please bear with me, and I'll be moving faster where you generally have an idea, and I will be explaining you the things where you require deliberation. So fine with everyone, I think. So with that, I'll move ahead. So if you'll go the meaning, or you would like to see the dictionary meaning, or you want to see what it means, is in French, then in Greek they have described this. So it's again theory. So I'll be moving ahead. Natural disaster, which I have already covered: earthquake, tsunami, volcano, tornado, cyclone. Then war, wrong experiments, pollution, oil spill, deforestation, etc. I wanted to bring it slightly smaller in size, but I'll just read it out. It's avalanche, then blizzard, then earthquake, fire, flood, then freezing, heat wave, landslide. Like if you'll sit down and make a list of disaster, like you will have a very long list, and the meaning given beside it. Now this is the chart which has been prepared, like it shows about the disaster prone areas in a common simple language. If I'll say it's a disaster prone area, like how and where we stand. So if you'll see our disaster prone area, like India is mainly into 1 to 4, and then eastern part is on a higher side, like it's more prone to flood, earthquake, as we all know, like especially Bengal, Bangladesh, and Northeast. So that thing is completely red. These are again certain issues, like these are also part of disaster, but you can say that not natural causes, but it can happen. And if you'll see the slide, most of the things, it's actually happening in the world. Even when you're sitting in this auditorium, it may be occurring at some place. Like civil unrest, it can happen at any place. You don't have to go very far off. We have an example near in our neighborhood. Now coming to the classification of disaster, the disaster is classified as natural, then human-made, and complex. Complex is like it's a combination of 2 or 3 factors which leads to that type of disaster. So if you'll see the natural disasters, they are like geophysical disaster, then hydrological, meteorological, climatological, biological. So if you'll go to the meaning part of it, it's self-explanatory. Then human-made or technological disaster, as we all know, that any industrial accident, then even a major train accident is again, it's a disaster. One latest example is which happened in the Orissa. Then complex emergencies. There are certain issues, like if you look into the conflict of Syria, Lebanon, these are all complex emergencies where like different factor works there, and you have a complex situation which you actually do not know what category it will fall. So they have been placed into the third category. Now coming to the disaster management. Now disaster management has like 4 part of it. One is the preparedness. Second is the prevention, preparedness, response, and recovery. So like if you'll see today when you're sitting here in this auditorium, this is you can say a preparedness stage or a prevention stage where you are gaining knowledge through education. You're trying to understand what the disaster is and how it affects the human being and what action the human being has to take to tackle a disaster. Now coming to the prevention part, for prevention part, like you do certain things like risk assessment and planning, then you also do a training to do the prevention. And we have a NDRF which NDRF battalion, which is located in Kolkata. It's called 2nd NDRF battalion. In Asiatic Society, we had a training, like just last week we had a training of a 3-day workshop of disaster management of library and archive. It is again a very unique subject on which we have done our training. So we had like scholars from National Institute of Disaster Management. Professor Walia was here to give us like the academic part. Then we had that an NDRF team which gave us the practical training along with their equipment, the type of equipment what they use during the disaster management. Then we have invited the state fire department people and then the Red Cross, basically to help us to understand what type of first aid has to be given during a disaster management as a common person, like how you can help in that. And then coming to the response that emergency management is required, there is the proper structure. I will be covering those things in my subsequent slides. And then the infrastructure and what is the service restoration, how these things takes place and how it happens. Again, it's the same slide, but it is in detail. Like mitigation phase, you have public education and awareness, then hazard and vulnerability assessment. The disaster management team and the agencies who are involved in disaster management, they throughout the year, they carry out the training as well as the recce part of the organization or a place which is vulnerable to disaster. And and I can vouch for it, and I can assure you that they do it very, very seriously. And as I told you during the introductory part, that they are one of the most professional disaster management team in our country, like which we have. Then coming to the preparedness, national emergency, telecommunication and response plans are done, training and exercises are done, early warning, then standard operating procedure. Here I have a suggestion to, since it's my privilege to speak to you all, whenever you have an opportunity, please have a SOP for your organization for various disaster management. And you can take help from NDRF, and NDRF which is located in Kolkata, you can take their help. They'll help you to prepare a SOP, standard operating procedure for your organization. And they are really very proactive, and they'll be really happy to help you in that. Then coming to the recovery phase is restoring telecommunication infrastructure, improving lives, recovery and rehabilitation of other services. And response phase, as you have seen, communication and coordinating and saving lives. So I have switched over that continuity, because many times it will happen that you may not have, like if you have an option of saving a life and restoring communication, I'm sure like you will prefer first saving the life and then restoring the communication. So in any disaster, like whenever you are involved or wherever you are there, so it is always the situation which will guide you, or it will force you to take a decision which will be the best, what decision you will be taking at that time. So this is just, you can say it's for better understanding, like these things are designed, but there is no hard and fast rules that once something happens, like you have to follow a certain systematic operating procedure. No, you can take a decision then and there, and you can do a disaster management. Even as a common person, you can also be part of that disaster management, and that is what we are here to understand. Now, the history of disaster in India. The latest, if you'll ask me, one of the like on 21st of December, if you in New Alipur, there was a fire which broke out. We all have read about it in the news. And New Alipur is inside, like it's in the heart of the city. Even at such a place and with so much of our capability, of course, it was a very good thing that no lives were lost, but then so many people, they lost their houses. So my telling you this incident is like disaster is one of the, you can say, it's one of the phenomena which can strike anyone anywhere. So one has to take it very seriously. You should not leave it for like some like NDRF or armed forces or police or to fire fighting people that, okay, it's not my job, it's their job, they will be doing it for us. No. Whenever you get an opportunity or whenever you get a chance, please train yourself, get SOP prepared for your organization, and kindly take part in disaster management activity or training very actively, I will say. I really, because I have been doing it personally also, I have experience in army. Then here also when we are conducting the training part, we find a lot of people, they are reluctant to participate. They have that, oh, no, nothing will happen to me. Only disaster will strike someone else. Like they have that feeling. So please don't have that complacency. One must be very, very serious about it and must learn about it, how to tackle it. Because training will help you. That only part which will help you during that disaster is the training. So as I have told you during initial briefing that we have a national disaster management structure in our country. In 2005, like it was given a shape in the form of an act, National Disaster Management Act, that is 2005. And it is headed by, it's part like Cabinet Committee on Management of Natural Calamities, then Cabinet Committee on Security, then is the NDMA, then is the state government, they have their state government disaster management, and then you have disaster management agencies. Then is the local body, and then comes the community. So if you ask me, the most important factor in this hierarchy, or if you'll see the flow chart, the most important factor is the community, which is written on the big letters, because you will be the first responder to any disaster. And then you have various organizations like corporate sector, then you have like National Disaster Mitigation Resource Centers, National Institute of Disaster Management, with whom we have collaborated for the training part. Now India, before independence, we do not have any disaster management policy or any organization. During the British rule, like they used to, whenever like any disaster used to strike, they used to create an ad hoc organization, and that organization used to come, but that was a totally post-disaster activity, or you can say post-disaster response. So and for quite a time, like the disaster management was left to the government and to the armed forces, like government, state government or central government used to take a decision that, okay, now the armed forces have to be mobilized and they will take care of disaster management along with the police, firefighters and various like home guard, then NCC. They used to get deployed and do the disaster management part. It is in 2005, and the first Disaster Management Act, when it was passed, so this was given a legal shape. And during the pandemic, that is COVID-19, we all have seen the impact of Disaster Management Act, like that lockdown was implemented and like everyone has to follow it. So we all have seen these things and impact of this. So this is the National Disaster Management Authority. It's headed by Prime Minister, and in state it is headed by the Chief Minister. And as I told you, we are very fortunate that we have Dr. Chakravarti sir was the first member, sir, of that team which was like the chair, that NDMA which was created. And sir, I have hats off to you, sir, and my salute to you for forming such a beautiful and very effective organization, sir. So this is the structure of state disaster management. Now coming to the National Disaster Response Force, it is a Indian specialized force constituted for the purpose of special response to a threatening disaster situation or disaster under the Disaster Management Act 2005. Then the responsibility of managing disaster in India is that of the state government. The nodal ministry in the central government for management of natural disaster is the Ministry of Home Affairs. So these are two important factors which you must note it down and keep it in mind. When calamities of severe nature occur, the central government is responsible for providing aid and assistance to the affected state, including deploying at the state's request of armed forces, central paramilitary forces, national disaster response force, and such communication, air and other assets as are available and needed. So the requisition always goes from the state government. And as I told you, the most important part played is by the community, the bottom line, which is in majority. And the common people, those who are the affected the most. Now, these are the locations of various NDRF battalions. As I told you, like in Kolkata, we have a 2nd NDRF battalion. And RRC is it's the company. It's a company strength. Now the NDRF is mainly, it consists of paramilitary forces. So just for your knowledge, I'm apprising you, like you have one NDRF battalion which is in Guwahati. It consists of personnel taken out from BSF. Then second is in Nadia. That is again BSF with whom we have conducted our training. Then third is in Odisha, CISF. Fourth in Tamil Nadu, that is manned by CISF. Pune, then Vadodara, Vatinda, Ghaziabad, Patna, Vijayawada, Varanasi, Itanagar, Samba. And Samba is an exception. It has one, like it is manned. This is the only NDRF battalion which is manned by Assam Rifle. Other than that, rest all are manned by ITBP, BSF, CISF. Now, if you'll ask me like why I'm telling you the composition of these forces, why it is important, you have to understand that the forces what you have in India, like the difference comes in the capability that is in the form of their training. Like if you'll ask me that CISF, like Central Industrial Security Forces, now they are trained mainly for industrial security. So they're all like training, their weapon, their equipment, their orientation is totally towards the industrial safety. If you'll ask me that, okay, border security force. So border security force is totally focused on border security. So they are again trained, manned, and their design is totally for border security. Assam Rifle is again unique. They are also into border security as well as they are into counterinsurgency operations. And then on top is the army, which has a different training. So to understand this, like you need not get into so much of detail, but just for I will say for knowledge, you should be aware like what type of forces are there and what is their composition and what their capability may be. NDRF do not have permanent people. These are like they come on deputation from BSF, CISF, ITBP, and they do 5 years, 7 years of tenure at NDRF battalions, and then they go back to their respective forces. But during their deputation, they are trained, and always there is a column, I will say, or you can say a company strength is always kept ready at all NDRF battalions for any emergency. The slide, what I have told you is like what I have narrated just now is National Disaster Response Force is a force of 16 battalions organized on paramilitary lines and manned by persons on deputation from the paramilitary forces of India, 3 border security forces, 3 Central Reserve Police Force, 2 Central Industrial Security Force, 2 Indo-Tibetan Border Police, 2 Shastra Seema Bal, and 1 of the Assam Rifles. And generally the strength of a battalion is approximately 1149, but generally they have slightly on a, you can say, plus side. Approximately they have a strength of around 1200. So each battalion is capable of providing 18 self-contained specialist search and rescue teams of 45 personnel, each including engineers, technicians, electricians, dog squads, and medical and paramedics. And I would like to apprise the gathering here that they really have beautiful equipment. They have very effective tools with them, and which can rescue people even if you are under inside a debris of, you can say, concrete also. They can cut it down and take you out. So they have that capability that they have demonstrated us during our workshop, which we have conducted it at Asiatic Society. Now coming to the response. So this is the NDRF has proved its efficacy with its commendable performance during various disasters, including drowning cases, building collapses, landslides, devastating floods, and cyclones. NDRF has saved this is again, I think the number will be on a much higher side if you'll get down to calculating the total number of life saving. And they have done CBRN is chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear training, heliborne training, natural disaster, water rescue. Then in foreign also they have done the training. Like we also train a lot of foreign countries. So regarding the training part, its constitution in 2005, as I told you, it's a very effective organization, very effective, very professional. And NDRF with its swift and highly skilled rescue operation has emerged as most visible and vibrant force of the NDMA. NDRF personnel are invariably trained in courses like flood rescue, collapsed structures, search and rescue, medical first responders, rope rescue, nuclear, biological and chemical emergencies, dignified disposal of dead bodies. Then NDRF personnel are trained in prestigious institutes like they are DRDO, BARC, CME, Army. They also do a lot of training with us. And they have also done training with US, Singapore, China, Finland, Korea, Switzerland. Any developed country, when it approaches you or your organization that okay, we will do a collaborative exercise or training, that itself is a symbol of showing your professionalism. Like they regard you that you are professional in that aspect, that's why they are there. Otherwise, internationally, if you'll ask me, I should not say like this, but internationally, no one is no one's friend. One has to accept this fact and reality. So these are the abroad training which has been done. So now these are the numbers of volunteers trained, and these are the pictures of real exercises which they conduct. So these are the numbers of state personnel which have been. So to put it in one slide, I have minimized it. Now coming to the armed forces in disaster management. Armed forces are always requested by district or state government there is a proper channel which has to be followed. That is known to the district magistrate as well as the state government. They put a requisition to the nearest local military authority, and local military authority then subsequently sends it to the Ministry of Defence, and the process as well as the requisition and the response is very quick and very fast. It takes 2 days, 3 days. No, it's not like that. It's maybe within, you can say, half an hour or in an hour, you will be getting you can say clearance that okay, you go ahead and deploy. So the system is that fast and that well developed. The armed forces as a resource of country represents unique technological and logistical capability that can be mobilized on short notice in self-contained, self-sufficient and highly mobile manner to support life-saving relief efforts. The military assets and capabilities are used for national disaster response and may also be done for international relief operation. So the organizational strength of armed forces is like they are very well organized. They have equipment and vehicle to mobilize. They are very high speed, and these vehicles and equipment are designed to work in an adverse condition than the civilian vehicles and equipment. Now coming to the act part, like how we are guided by our like Army Act. This is right from Army Act. This is one which says that we have to help the civil authority. So my time is running short, so I'll be running faster. Now guidelines for employment. So basically when you deploy us, you have to be very clear about the cooperation, in which field you want our cooperation. Then you should have a planning and preparation for your own disaster management. Then some humanitarian ethos has to be followed, and the economy of effort. Like it should not be like a very small thing has happened and you have mobilized the entire army formations, because the vehicle, equipment and that mobilization, it costs a lot of money. So one should be very particular about utilizing these resources. Now the principle, this is the most important part. You have to be very judicious and you have to be very careful when you are requesting for the armed forces to come and deploy for disaster management. First priority is your operational requirement, that armed forces operational requirement should not be affected. It should not happen that your borders are not guarded properly and there are issues at border, and then you are asking that force to leave the border and do the disaster management in hinterland. So that is not correct. So that responsibility and that sensitivity has to be there. Then you have to have an advanced planning, as I told you. Whenever like you are asking for armed forces to come, like you must have your SOPs and disaster management plan ready. And as soon as their utility is done, they should be like that work has to be handed over to the state government or the district government, to the district authorities. This is one slide I would like to explain, that armed forces are always prepared to come to the aid of disaster-stricken population. So the requisition always goes through district magistrate to the state government, and then from state government to the central government, and as in return the central government passes the order to deploy the armed forces. So whenever you have a requirement and when you feel very strongly, you should, as a common person or as a community or as a head of an organization, you can always do your requisition to the district authorities. So that should be the level at your end. During strike also, if any major strike is there, you can request armed forces to help you with essential services. This provision is also there. This is the photograph which I told you, the New Alipur, that fire incident which happened on 21st of December. So there the fire broke out. Even without requisition also, army, the commander who is there on the ground, he can take a decision whether to help you or not to help. So the person who was there, he decided that I will help. So the vehicle which you see is a water bowser. Basically, like it contains a lot of water and it has firefighting capabilities. Like it can throw, they have pumps and all these things. And the vehicle which is behind that, you can see that plus symbol sign, which is of ambulance. So they deployed these people, and along with the, you can see a policeman in white dress, like they all coordinated and did the firefighting of that New Alipur, which happened on 21st of December. Finance part, that finance part is always it's the matter of all those who deal with it, they can understand. So the finance part, that it is always that government which has to take care, state and central. So the capabilities and resources, like planning has to be there, internal security scheme has to be there, like whenever the deployment is there. So Army, Navy, Air Force, all three forces can be deployed, and they have like communication, engineering and manpower to do search, rescue, transportation they can do, they can take care of medical, and as well as protection of life and property can be done. During pandemic COVID-19 also, Army has established a lot of field, or you can say mobile hospitals. There are other organizations also which can help you. And this photograph is of rescuing a small elephant calf which was rescued. Like territorial armies there, border road, these all are part, they are part of armed forces. They are like, you can say, auxiliary forces. Whenever that requisition is goes, that it goes to army formation, then the unit gets deployed. And typical army columns, they also have on the similar lines of NDRF, like 45 people in one column, or 120 people. A company strength is always kept ready for various disaster management. These are few pictures. And another asset is ex-servicemen. They can be also utilized since they are very well trained. So that they can be part of, if they are available at your place, you can make use of them. And these are the types of assistance which you can achieve from armed forces: command, control, medical, logistics, construction, evacuation, driving, handling of international relief, aerial recce. So these are the things which we have learnt: disaster, types of disaster, disaster management, armed forces, aid to civil authority, procedure to requisition, armed forces for aid to civil authority, then various procedure and process of armed forces in disaster management. So I've exceeded my time, sir. So I hope you all have, in a very short time, like you all have some idea about disaster management and how the armed forces can be utilized. Sir, please. Sir, so with this, I conclude my lecture. Thank you so much for patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Anand Sinha, for giving such a comprehensive talk in such a short span of time. Really, it would to cover the topic would take a long time. So now I request Dr. Professor P.G. Dhar Chakraborty to deliver his theme talk on environment and disaster management, modern global scenario. Please.
परम पूज्य शंकर भारती स्वामी जी, most revered Swami Bhajananand ji, revered Swami Atmapriyananda ji, distinguished faculty members, scholars of Arcane Very, ladies and gentlemen. So we have assembled here for 2 days to find Vedantic solution to modern environmental problems. So I'm here to create problems, to raise what these problems are. And rest of the sessions, we'll be finding solutions. Okay. So environment, what is environment? So the father of the environment science, René Dubos, he defined environment as everything that surrounds us. And what surrounds us? It surrounds us, the air, the atmosphere, the gases in all forms, nitrogen, oxygen, carbon, etc., trace gases. Then you have the water, the hydrosphere. And here, water here includes, from the sky, on the ground, below the ground, rainfall, on the ground, that surface water, sea water, and underground water. So all forms. These are mainly liquid forms. And we have the third aspect is the soil, which we call lithosphere. And the lithosphere includes here not only soil, it all rocks, minerals, sand, fossil fuels, etc. And we have the fourth sphere, and that is the biosphere, where we have all these species, the plants, animals, insects, microbes, microorganisms, including human beings, the Homo sapiens. Now, environment is, what is that? It is the interaction of the biotic sphere, the biosphere with the other spheres. Okay? So each sphere you see, all lot of activities are going on, and each sphere there is a harmony. Each sphere is working according to certain natural process. There is a harmony in the nature. So you find that there are inherent harmonies in the complex web of life in nature and environment. Okay? Within each sphere there is a harmony, and among these spheres also there are harmonies. And that's why we find that in ancient knowledge systems, in the India and also in the West, in the East and the West, the harmony of nature, it has been emphasized. In Upanishad that was quoted in the morning, Upanishad said there is a harmony, living harmony in all these 5 elements. The Panchabhuta, the Akash, the Vayu, the Agni, the Jal, the Prithvi. And there is a harmony in all these spheres. In Chinese philosophy, Confucius said that what God has given is called nature. To follow nature is called Tao. To cultivate Tao is called culture. True culture is living in harmony with the inner self and with the nature. And Socrates, he even went further and he said the world of nature is not only alive but also intelligent. Not only a vast animal with a soul of its own, but a rational animal with a mind of its own. And that the concept of the rights of the nature, nowadays there are 28 countries where they have amended their laws, they amended the constitution to confer rights on nature, rights of the river, rights of the plants, rights of the animals. So the Socrates has said long back, not through, in ancient knowledge system, it was not based on laboratory investigations, etc., but the intuitive knowledge, the wisdom. To the wisdom in the ancient knowledge systems in the East and the West, they focused on the harmony of the nature. And such a wonderful harmony existing, and there must be a supreme creator which is regulating this harmony. But sometimes we find in the nature, there are also disharmonies. Harmony in nature, Rabindranath Tagore said that Anandadhara Vahichi Bhuvane. He talks about this, supreme joy and bliss in the harmony. And also he also wrote Nataraj Jatar Madhavan Bhadre Khule. Sometimes nature is also, there are disharmonies in nature. And the disharmonies occurring from all these spheres, from the atmosphere, from the hydrosphere, from the lithosphere and the biosphere. From the atmosphere, we have cyclones, hurricanes, typhoons, heat waves, cold waves. From the hydrosphere, we have too much of rain and too little of rain, flood or drought. In lithosphere, we have earthquakes, tsunamis, landslides, volcanoes. And the biosphere, we have the epidemics, we have the pandemics. So we think that the nature, there is a harmony, and there are also disharmonies. And sometimes the disharmonies could be very, very catastrophic when everything is finished. Within the attack of the meteoroids, asteroids, celestial bodies coming, there are great devastations. And there are sometimes, sun rays are blocked because the orbit of the sun rays are blocked and there is snow age. So there are 5 such periods in history we find there are mass extinctions when all the species were totally vanished. And the last extinction took place something like 65 million years ago when there are this kind of devastations. And now the scientists are saying we're heading for a 6th extinction. We're heading for a 6th extinction. And that extinction will be caused not by the nature, but by the human beings. Now the human beings are the only creations of only species, the Homo sapiens, who have the intelligence, who have the power to create something new. And by our power, by our intelligence, we have discovered, we have invented, we have developed our science and technologies. We have conquered the nature. And now we have entered into an age, what the scientists are calling Anthropocene, with the age of Anthropocene, where nature is not controlling nature, but human beings are controlling nature. And they say that when the atom bomb was exploded in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and that is the beginning of the period of the Anthropocene, a new geological epoch has started. When human beings, by their activities, are influencing the atmosphere, lithosphere, biosphere, hydrosphere. By atmosphere, atmospheric pollution, emission of the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, climate change, global warming, all these things are taking place. In lithosphere, we are polluting the soil. We are extracting the natural resources, and natural resources becoming scarce. I'm coming to that. In biosphere also, we find we are interfering into the human life. That human beings are now causing new extinction of this species. That is the 6th extinction that I'm talking about. In hydrosphere also, our activities are interfering into the precipitation system, surface water, groundwater, pollution. So these have been presented in a kind of they call it planetary boundaries. In Switzerland, Sweden, there is a resilience center, and scientists in the resilience center, they have drawn up planetary boundaries with the green circle inside. That is the limit, safe limit zone. And there are 9, boundaries. Out of the 9 boundaries, 3 boundaries, we don't have much data to prove it. But on the remaining 6 boundaries, the scientists are saying very definitively, we have crossed the planetary boundaries. The Lakshman Rekha that we have crossed, the green circle that we have crossed. And sometimes the circles have crossed far beyond our tolerance limit. Now, what are those limits that we have crossed? First is the climate change. Climate change means the emission of the carbon into the atmosphere. And now, before the Industrial Revolution, the natural carbon balance was about 280 ppm, particles per million. And that we have raised, and the safe limit is 350 ppm. We have already crossed 425. And 520 is the crossed outer limit. So we have something like global warming, 1.3 degrees centigrade above the industrial place, and the limit is 1.5, maximum is 2 degrees. So we are very on the threshold of the 1.5, and there are no solution to this. The second is the land use. 45% of the habitable land of the world is now used for agriculture. Safe limit is 15%. So against the safe limit of 15%, we are using 45% of the habitable land. Habitable land means where it can be habited, not the ice or mountains or desert. These are not the areas. What are the safe habitable areas? The safe limit is 15%, we are already 45%. Safe limit of water is about 4 million cubic runoff of the water resources, and we are already using that. So we are excessively using our water. Then the biochemical changes, nitrogen and phosphate cycle in the soil and the water, it has also crossed its limit. Biosphere integrity means about 10 extinctions per million species. That is the limit. And we have already reached 23. That means biosphere integrity is also breached. And novel entities means that we are creating new kind of chemicals, which are not natural chemical. There are some chemicals which humans have created, like persistent organic pollutants, heavy metals, etc. We have introduced with irreversible damage. They are affecting the soil, the water, and the biological organisms. So that means out of the 9 boundaries, on 3 boundaries we don't have enough data to prove it. That is ocean or acidification, then the aerosol loading, and the stratospheric ozone depletion. Ozone depletion is one area where we have achieved relative success, and we have been able to do some success, but other 6 boundaries they have crossed. And what are the consequences? And I will explain these consequences. These are devastating consequences, 10 devastating consequences. And what are those consequences? The glaciers in the world are melting. Every year from 1994 to about 2023, 34 trillion tons of ice, these are melted. 10.6 trillions in North Pole, 9.5 trillions in South Pole, and in the mountain glaciers, 8.4 trillion tons, and the Greenland, 4.5 trillion tons. Major mountain glaciers in the world, the Alps in the Europe, Himalaya in the Asia, Kilimanjaro in Africa, Alaska in USA, and Bruggen in Latin America, they have been retreating. And the Himalayan mountains, which is known as the third pole, which is also retreating. And the scientists have warned that with 1.5 degrees Celsius, by about 2011, 2100, we will be losing half of the glaciers of the world. The glaciers are the origins of the rivers. Perennial rivers, around the year we have water. Ganga, Jamuna, Brahmaputra, Indus, like Mekong, and Mississippi, so many perennial rivers. And they are fed by these glaciers. Once the glaciers are gone, the rivers will become not perennial, they will become seasonal. They will only carry the rainfall and the drain water of the cities. The perennial rivers will become seasonal rivers. The second, where all the melting glaciers are going, they are going to the sea, and the sea levels are rising. During the past 100 years, average rise in sea level was about 0.4. Now it is rising 0.6 to 6.5. So many island countries, like Pacific Island countries, Caribbean Island countries, in our own state, Sundarban, we are threatened with the sea level rise. This will be submerged. Even Calcutta city also is threatened. They say the way it is rising, another 50 years, the parts of Calcutta will be threatened. Bombay will be threatened. And this is a visualization of New York City. New York City, when the sea level will rise, half of the New York City will be submerged. This is what is going to happen. The third is depleting water resources. Water from the sky, on the surface, and also under the ground. All these 3 sources are depleting. Because of the climate change, rainfall pattern is changing. Now rainfall used to be prolonged for the entire monsoon, 3-4 months there used to be rainfall. And now the rainfall is being squeezed. The annual rainfall are taking place in just 7 days, 8 days. So in same places we have simultaneously drought and simultaneously flood also. Same place is getting, they never experienced any drought like Cherrapunji, which used to receive the highest rainfall in the world. They are because of the failure of the monsoon, in the early part of the monsoon, they are facing drought-like conditions. And then the entire rain of the entire year is pouring in, and that's why we find everywhere the stories of the unprecedented rainfall. In Bangalore, in Hyderabad, in Chennai, never we had flood like this. Now we have unprecedented flood every year. This is what is happening. Because of the global warming, the precipitation pattern is changing. And because of the glacial melt, there will be huge amount of water coming because the glaciers are melting. We have the GLOF, Glacial Lake Outburst Flood. In Kedarnath Shrine, there was a disaster. And that was because of the GLOF. A glacial lake on the top of that, it burst and that entire thing came down and created a disaster. The similar kind of things are going to take place. And finally, what will happen is that when all the glaciers are gone, the rivers will all become seasonal. Perennial rivers will become seasonal. Because of the increase in temperature, the evaporation of water, evaporation from the lakes and others. So the reservoirs and other water bodies, these are also getting shrunk. And groundwater is depleting. Because the race of rainfall, the water is not percolating down, and there is excess groundwater withdrawal. We are drawing water from the ground for agriculture, other purposes. The vast areas of groundwater, these are now in the red zone. That means we are drawing more water than is being recharged. So there is a depleting water resources which is causing a huge problem. We have denuding forests. The forests are getting denuded because of grazing, because of agriculture, because of settlement, but population is increasing. World is about 8 billion population now. So we have to feed the population. So feeding the population, we have to cut the forest and grow agriculture. And that is what is taking place. Even the Amazon rainforest in Brazil, that you must be knowing that a lot of area they're using it for grazing purposes, for rearing animals, for supplying meat. Brazil, Argentina, they are now the suppliers of the meat to the entire world. They are consuming meat, and that's what they're cutting the forest and using it for grazing purposes. And now there are wildfires. Temperature is rising, and that's why there are forest fires everywhere. In India, in America, in Australia, bushfires everywhere. So the forest resources are getting denuded. Then we are degrading land. A combination, number of factors are, this chemical fertilizer, the pesticides, over-tilling, salinization of the land. These are all causing degradation of the land. 40% of the world area are dry land. That means these are dry land. 20% of the area are becoming desert. And about 6% of the dry lands are under threats of further desertification. About 1 billion people are likely to be affected by desertification. This is another problem. Then you have dwindling natural resources. The natural resources, the minerals, that we are using it, exploiting it, and now we have the reserve. We have the reserve of the petroleum, gas and coal, petroleum for 40 years, gas for 58 years, and coal for 116 years. After 20 years, we will not have any natural resources. And other precious metals like phosphates, like rare earths, like heavy metals are also declining. So we are exploiting all these natural resources for our production, for our profit, and that is what is creating the problem. Then we have the vanishing species. Now, the sixth extinction that I talked about, the earlier 5 extinctions were all natural. Now the sixth extinction is caused by the human beings. And this is the age of Holocene. And in the Anthropocene age, we are passing through the age of Holocene. And the current extinction of species is 1,000 times higher than the natural extinction rate. Oceans' large predatory fish are 2/3 gone. Coral reefs have lost half of their living mass. More than 700 vertebrate species have gone extinct over the last 500 years. Farmed animals that humans now constitute 96% of the land, all the vertebrates. All the vertebrate animals, just think about it. Only 4% of the vertebrates are wild. So the human beings and the farmed animals are the only 96% of the vertebrate animals. And around 1 million species are now threatened with total extinction. So this is the phase of the sixth extinction that we are passing through. And if the temperature rises 1.5 limit to 2 degrees centigrade, then half of the species will be gone. Even the human beings also, their life will be in danger. The water and air are getting polluted. In Earth's atmosphere, all sorts of chemicals, particles, PM5, PM10 materials that are getting air quality. Only 17% of the cities of the developed countries, just think about this, of the developed countries, only 17% of the cities, they are pollution free. And 1% of the developing countries, they have air quality that conforms to the WHO standards. In India, none of the cities fulfill the WHO standards. In fact, WHO standards are being compromised, and our national air quality standard they have raised that are far below the WHO standards. Water pollution, water is also getting polluted. Lakes, rivers, oceans, aquifers. More than a quarter, that is a study of the UNICEF, more than a quarter of the water population, world population, they lack severely, they safely managed drinking water sources. 25% of the population of the world, they are not having safe water. And more than 40% of the water bodies of the world are now heavily polluted. So this is another problem. And there are growing environmental disease. The Global Burden of Disease Report 2023 says that more than 80% of the global burden of disease, these are due to environmental risk because of the environmental reasons. About 75% of the animal origin. We had the COVID-19. What is the origin? The origin was a pathogen that came from the wild animal. That wild animal was used for, that was captured in the jungles in Malaysia, brought to China and from there the COVID-19, the virus is traced to that. And because of the climate change, so many other kind of diseases are going to take place. And then we have the disasters. Spiraling disaster. You look at the first slide. In earlier years, the disaster, now the disasters are rising. This is the statistics. We are comparing the disasters of the last 20 years, 2000 to 2019 and prior 20 years. You see that how many disasters rising. In the first 2 decades of this century, 21st century, we had about 7,348 disasters globally. And that also where 10 or more persons died or 100 or more persons were injured. And that is the definition. And if you bring down this definition to further less than 10, then it will be much more. Compared to that, in the previous 2 decades, it was about 4,312. Now it is 7,348. That means about 78% increase. 78% increase in disasters globally in the last 2 decades compared to the previous 2 decades. And also look at this, death, 1.23 million, that means 12,30,000 people, they died due to disasters in the last two decades. And about 4.3 billion, total population of the world is about 8 billion now. That half of the population are affected, some way or other. And about 2.97 trillions of US dollars were lost. Look at this, 2.97 trillion. Our economy is 3.5, we are going to be 4 trillion. 2.97 trillions of dollars were lost due to disasters during the last 20 years. So these are problems that I have underlined. I said that I am here to create problems, I am posing the problems. Now what is the solution? So I am not here to say solution, but I will give you a slide which will explain what we are doing to solve the problem. These problems of environment, these were not very old. The environmental problems, it is creation of from the last 70, 80 years. And that's why you see that in many places we don't have any environmental laws. Like our Indian Constitution. We started our Indian Constitution in 1950. And now in Indian Constitution never had any word on environment. It was environmentally blind. That's what I wrote in one of my books. Indian Constitution is environmentally blind. It was only in 42nd Amendment Act that the word environment was included in our Constitution. So all the environmental laws that you were saying, that all came after 70s. In USA, the environmental movement started in the 50s. And we learned from that movement. In India, it started, the Department of the Environment was created itself in 1987. Earlier, it was part of the Agriculture Department. Now it is a separate environmental department came. Our national environmental policy was set up in 2006. So it is comparatively a recent phenomenon. So globally, we became aware when scientists in USA particularly, and then in other countries, they found this kind of crisis that is emerging in every sphere, in atmosphere, in iodosphere, in lithosphere, in biosphere, and the interconnections of that, which is creating threatening the species, living organisms on the earth. And the movement started in various countries. And all these thinkings led to the first conference, World Conference on Stockholm, that is called Stockholm Conference on Human Environment, 1972, where our Prime Minister Indira Gandhi had attended. And he delivered a famous speech, "The poverty is the greatest polluter," and created a sensation. She took a very leading role in that environmental movement, 1972. And thereafter you see that every 20 years, 72, 92, 2012, these are the milestones. In 1992, we had a Rio Earth Summit. And in 1992, all these conventions were signed, like UNFCCC, United Nations Framework Conventions on Climate Change, 1992. UN Convention, UNCRD, UNCCD, United Nations Conventions for Conventions on Biodiversity, United Nations Conventions on Desertification. So all these major conventions, these came up from 1992 Rio Earth Summit. And in 2012, when we reviewed the Earth Summit, we found that we have done a lot of conventions. Many countries have passed laws, they have developed programs, their schemes, etc. And accordingly, but what is the progress? So there is no progress. There are only declarations, there are only discussions, only conventions. But what is the outcome? That's the whole world got concerned. And they said in 2012 that we will not be interested in this kind of conventions and declarations. We should have some concrete action, some targets, some goals. And that's why they said in 2012 Rio Earth Summit that we will have measurable goals and concrete targets. And on that discussion took place, and ultimately in 2005, United Nations General Assembly, they adopted the Sustainable Development Goals. Transforming the world. They said it will transform the world. 17 sustainable goals. 17 sustainable goals on social sector and economic sector and environmental sector. The 5 and 6 environmental sectors also. The sustainable goals were adopted with a lot of enthusiasm, and they are very ambitious goal. Eradication of poverty everywhere in all forms. Health for all, education for all, energy for all. Very ambitious goal. A lot of good beginnings were made, but in the COVID-19, 2019, gave a very, very serious setback. Very serious setback to the Sustainable Development Goals. And now we find that these goals at the present stage, we are nowhere in achieving the goals. We are nowhere in achieving the goals. So we do not know what is the future. So I have raised the problems, I have created the problems. Now, where is the solution? And that's what I'm saying, that for last more than 50 years, several initiatives have been taken at global, national, local levels to address these environmental issues with some success, more failures, due to deep-rooted vested interest of countries, the capitalist countries, the rich countries. They have a deep-rooted interest into this. They colonized it, they semi-colonized it, and now in other form they are exploiting the natural resources. And the big companies, rich people, they need more profit, they want to control others, and that's what we have created a situation. So time has now come back, time has come for us to go back to our ancient wisdom and to find solutions to our modern problems. I think for the modern paradigm, modern thinking, we are only creating more problems. So let us go back to our ancient wisdom to see whether we can find some solutions to our problems. So now I think I have completed in time. So I will end up with a famous quotation from our father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi. He says this based on our ancient wisdom. He says, nature produces enough for our needs and not for our greed. And if only everybody took enough for himself and nothing more, there would be no pauperism in this world, there would be no more hunger and starvation. So with that, I close my speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dhar Chakraborty sir, for your comprehensive insights into the global challenges of disaster management and the need for sustainable practices. Now we'll take a break for lunch. So lunch and it will be served in the Sharada Shadabrata. So we'll be meeting again here at 1:25 p.m. So please stick to the time. Though we want to finish the session on time.
So thanks for patiently listening. We're in two interesting talks.
Welcome back, everyone. So today we'll have our first technical session. The topic is One Health, Soil, Plant, Animal, Human, Modern Challenges. Our first speaker, Dr. H. Sudarshan, founder of Vivekananda Girijana Kalyana Kendra and Karuna Trust, will address the challenges posed by One Health in modern times. Dr. H. Sudarshan is a well-known medical doctor turned philanthropist who dedicated his life, even as teenager, for the service of God in man, as taught by Sri Ramakrishna and Swami Vivekananda. For more than 4 decades of his life of self-sacrifice, Dr. Sudarshan has focused especially on enhancing the quality of life of the marginalized and underprivileged section of the society. In 1980, Dr. Sudarshan started the Vivekananda Girijana Kalyana Kendra, in short VGKK, as an integrated tribal development project, and as a sequel to it, founded Karuna Trust in 1986 for integrated rural development. His integrated rural and tribal development projects, to which he is passionately and selfishly committed, have won him national and international recognition, notables of which are 1. Right Livelihood Award, which is promoted as alternative to Nobel Prize, and Padma Shri Award in 2000 by the Government of India. We Archimpery also is honored to confer him a degree of DSc honoris causa. Dr. Sudarshan's present focus in the medical sector is on One Health, an integrated approach to soil, plant, animal, human health to develop holistic health of all the components of the earth, realizing that each of the components is interdependent upon and interconnected with each other. It is an honor to have Dr. Sudarshan with us today and to share his invaluable insights on One Health. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Sudarshan with a warm round of applause.
Respected Atmapriyanji Maharaj, all the other brahmacharis and distinguished people, and the participants of this conference. It's indeed a great honor and privilege to be in the midst of you this afternoon, with of course the minus point after the lunch. But I am happy that you got only limited quantity. If you have eaten too much, then the blood circulation goes to the stomach, and there will be oxygen less in the brain, so you become drowsy. So you don't have that opportunity. With the limited food, I think you will be awake and listen to our solution. I will also try to make it interesting. Very briefly about history. First of all, One Health. Why did we bring in from disaster management to One Health? I think one of the disaster mitigation projects is sustainable development, and the next one is the One Health, which are throughout the world, which are important in mitigating the disasters. That's how they are connected. So very briefly, One Health concept was started in 1800 by Rudolf Virchow, a German scholar. So he said no dividing line between human and animal medicine. But most important, in 1964, Calvin Chabe, he is a veterinary doctor, so he coined the word one medicine for animal and human medicine. The 2004, the Wildlife Conservation Society held a conference called One World, One Health. Then in 2007, One Health Commission of the American Veterinary Medical Association, the American Human Association, and 4 of them came together to what is called One Health Initiative Task Force. In 2008, FAO, WHO, UNICEF, and World Bank, the One World, One Health concept, a strategic framework for reducing risks of infectious diseases at the animal-human ecosystem interface. Then in 2010, United Nations and World Bank recommended adoption of One Health approaches. World Bank is important because they have money, so they give money for these projects. In 2016, the One Health Commission, One Health Platform, One Health Initiative Team, deemed international One Health Day. Of course, finally the One Health Day to be the November 3rd, which is being celebrated every year. The key facts about the One Health: the health of humans, animals, and ecosystems are closely interlinked. Changes in these relationships can increase the risk of new human and animal diseases developing and spreading. The close links between human, animal, and environmental health demand close collaboration, communication, and coordination between the relevant sectors. One Health is an approach to optimize the health of humans, animals, and ecosystems by integrating these fields rather than keeping them separate. Some 60% of emerging infectious diseases that are reported globally come from animals. This is very important, both wild and domestic. Over 30 new human pathogens have been detected in the last 3 decades itself, 75% of which have been originated in the animals, including the COVID-19 epidemic. The human activities and stressed ecosystem have created new opportunities for disease to emerge and spread. These stressors include animal trade, agriculture, livestock farming, urbanization, extractive industries, climate change, habit fragmentation, and encroachment into wild areas. WHO's definition of One Health is an integrated, unifying approach that aims to sustainably balance and optimize the health of people, animals, and ecosystem. It recognizes that health of humans, domestic and wild animals, plants, and wider environment, including ecosystems, are closely linked and interdependent. It recognizes interconnections between the humans, animals, plants, and environment, works across sectors, addresses collective needs, and promotes sustainable development. The quadripartite organizations, key organizations, they came together, and so these throughout the world support the objectives of One Health, include One Health Commission, One Health Initiative, One Health Platform, CDC, One Health Office, and the quadripartite organizations are FAO, WHO, the World Organization for Animal Health, and the United Nations Environmental Program. This is the quadripartite definition. I'll leave it at the ICMR in India. We also came in India, woke up, and then we have our own India-based, with the help of the ICMR, the vision to build and integrate disease control and pandemic preparedness system in India by bringing human, animal, and environmental sectors together for better health outcomes, improved productivity, and conservation of biodiversity. The goals of the One Health mission of ICMR is the key goals of One Health mission will be towards enabling and achieving the stated vision, making the mission responsive to the needs of the human, animal, environment interface, establishing a broad-based inclusive collaboration for achieving the nation's health goals. So now I go back to my own evolution of how I developed the concepts of sustainable development and the One Health. So of course, the VGKK and Karunatras, our main mission was reaching the healthcare to the unreached. I started my work in BR Hills with the Soliga tribes. It's in southern Karnataka. Soliga tribal children are children of bamboo. They are called Vedaid group of aboriginals. There is a dispute whether they are pre-Dravidians or early Dravidians. I feel they are pre-Dravidians. Anyway, shifting cultivation, food gathering, and hunting. They lived in harmony with nature. That's very important. Whatever I had read about the Vedic culture of living in harmony with Ritha, that may be a little too much, because that Rita to establish, you need a awakening of a spiritual entity called Dhi. So tribals may not have that, but definitely they were not alienated from nature. Unlike us, the tribals have very close rapport with nature, and they have understood that whatever they take from nature, they would give back. The Soligas had the custom, if they fell a tree, they plant a tree. So this was part of their culture. So that's very important for the One Health and also for the sustainable development. They are nature worshippers basically, and this is a big champak tree, about 600 years old. It's very sacred. They sing and dance and get energized from the tree. So I wanted to work in the remote areas and save lives. That was my passion, to take care of the health. But I found I was able to save people from snake bites, from mauling by bears and other epidemics which used to happen. That was the curative health services. But we had a whooping cough epidemic, so I had to think of immunization, so it became community health. I also had no pills for poverty. Land rights issue was very important, and community development became the most important thing. And I left my stethoscope and worked with the tribals. My pranams to Bhajananji Maharaj. So we started with the curative health services. Then when there was a whooping cough epidemic, we initiated the community health program. And as I said, there were land issues. They had no access to the natural resources in the forest. That was the main reason for poverty. So land right issue became very important. So it became community development. Then we also found the tribals live in the midst of a biological hotspot. So conservation of biodiversity and livelihood of tribal people became very important. That is what we call as sustainable development. So this was a gradual evolution from curative health to community development to sustainable development. This is, I had a thesis that biodiversity conservation and the livelihood of tribal people can go together, but the wildlife people, the forest officers somehow feel that to conserve tigers and wildlife, we have to evict the tribals out. They have to be taken out of this wildlife sanctuary or the tiger reserve. So we have megalithic burial sites in BR Hills. This is supposed to be 5,000 to 6,000 BC. We have excavated some of them. So that shows we have one of them we transplanted into our campus. So when people come with this idea of shifting tribals to save tigers, I show them if people and the tribal people are, whether they are the same people as the present Soligas, we don't know, but the people and the wildlife have lived together in harmony. So why do you want to shift? So that's one of the reasons, and that's when the concept of livelihood security and biodiversity conservation is very important, and it can go together. We also felt that tribal people not only get the resources from the forest, but also give it back and also fight for the biodiversity conservation. There was granite quarrying, they fought against the quarrying, the poaching and smuggling. They have initiated action against them. The 50% of the tribal people depend on minor forest produce, honey, many of the gooseberries and other Ayurvedic medicines. So the word of sustainable harvesting of minor forest produce, which was with the help of the A tree, participatory resource monitoring was done. So 10 years data shows that there is no over-exploitation of sustainable harvesting is possible. So we have also done value addition to MFP. So the coverage of tribe, we started in BRLs with Soligas, then in Karnataka, Jaina Kurvas, Vetta Kurvas and Ervas. Then I was invited to Arunachal Pradesh. We worked with the Arunachal Pradesh tribes, Meghalaya tribes, Andaman and Andhra Pradesh. I was in the expert group to make a policy, health policy for the Jarawas and the Great Andamanis, and we contributed for a sustainable development of them. These are the Arunachal tribes, and this is the symbol of healthcare reaching the unreached. She is a auxiliary nurse midwife. The village is cut off during the monsoons, and even then there is a ropeway which the army puts. She is going on the ropeway to provide immunization on the scheduled day to the tribal people. We keep it as a symbol of reaching the unreached, the healthcare. I used to do mobile work and in the interior forests, and that's where when I used to do, first I would treat the human beings, then they will bring their cattle and show, can you give some medicine for my cows and my poultry and sheep and all that. So that's one thing. Then they also brought a plant and see whether I could help. So I was forced to learn. Also, I was also involved in when an elephant was stuck I had to give intravenous infusion of glucose to the elephant. That's how my veterinary love for the veterinary also came together. Then this concept that especially when you are working in tribals, we cannot have an agriculture expert to go and help them and an animal husbandry person to go and help them. So why don't we have one health workers, including the doctors? I also got educated in a little bit in the other two fields, and we have the concept of our health workers were also taught animal health and also taking care of the environment, the plants and the other pollution. There is also human and wildlife conflict. So the concept of multi-purpose health workers came. I was also involved in the sustainable development goals. So especially the concept that usually we used to talk about three pillars: the environmental, economic, and socio-political sustainability, which was in the Rio Earth Summit in 1992. But very important, that was the social, environmental, and economic But the fourth pillar was suggested during that time, that sustainable development through cultural and spiritual dimension to this. And this is the most important thing as a solution for the disaster management. So the earlier indigenous people have argued through various international forums such as United Nations, Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, and the Convention on Biological Diversity. There are four pillars of sustainable development, the fourth being the cultural. So the environmental sustainability is about keeping the environment as pristine, as natural as possible. Unsustainable situations occurs when natural capital, the sum total of natural resources, is used up faster than it can be replenished, like mining, big dams, all of them. Uses nature's resource at a rate at which they can be replenished naturally. We have to be beware of geoengineering and synthetic biology. Sustainable economy, profit, market-oriented economy has failed, globalization and privatization. The chaos in the Wall Street should not dictate terms to the fate of the billions of people. We should seriously think of alternatives, home economics, fair trade, green economics. Socio-political economic sustainability through inequality and social justice issues have to be addressed. Good governance and corruption. I had also worked on good governance and corruption issues as a ombudsman organization in Karnataka. The fourth pillar is the cultural spiritual. Cultural diversity is as necessary for humankind as the biodiversity is for nature. When I say Rigvedic culture is what I understand from this, it becomes one of the roots of development, understood not simply in terms of economic growth, but also as a means to achieve more satisfactory intellectual, emotional, and moral and spiritual existence. Living in harmony with nature, which I learned from the tribals. Of course, I also had a unique opportunity of a spiritually awakened person who lived in harmony with nature, and that inspired me. But I saw that in the tribal people also. But I don't know whether it was due to but at least they were not alienated from nature. They lived in harmony with nature at the psychosocial level. but that itself was bringing in harmony in the nature. So One Health background, the zoonotic diseases are increasing in tropical forest communities. Many millions of people depend on tropical forests for food, fuel, and livestock fodder. When accessing these services, especially in degraded and fragmented forests, people are exposed to pathogens that cycle naturally in the wildlife population and are often transmitted by arthropod vectors such as biting insects or ticks. Diseases that cycle between animals and humans are called zoonoses and or zoonotic diseases. Globally, upsurge in many zoonoses such as Ebola, Leishmaniasis have been linked to forest loss or fragmentation, but the underlying mechanism are purely understood. So we formed a One Health partnership. This was started in 2017 with many organizations. A multi-agency research project that developed innovative interdisciplinary frameworks to help the communities avoid exposure to zoonotic diseases whilst maximizing the livelihood benefits they derive from tropical forests. Focused on the emerging tick-borne infectious, we have what is called Casinur forest disease. In Canada, they say Mangana Kaile. It is transmitted from the ticks to human beings from the monkeys. So we have worked on Casinur forest disease. Dr. Tanya Sheshadri and our husband, Dr. Prashant, they are researchers who are working on this in our project. Monkey fever risk. It's also, this is the One Health Partnership project. So I will not go into the details. It may not be very interesting for you, but anyway, we have worked and we had a very good outcome. And we used the decision support tools, case mapping, human, monkeys, ticks, along with the data from the rainfall, paddy field, forestation for 10 years, district, taluk, and village boundaries. Impact of predictors on KFD occurrence in Shivamogga district, that's where the prevalence was very high. It was spreading to the BR hills also. So we have made several innovations on that. This is on the monkey fever, the Casinur forest disease, the posters used for the health education. So later, using One Health approaches to understand and co-develop interventions, we had another project called it Indo-Zurich project, in which, again, it was a Indo-Zurich project, using One Health approaches to understand and co-develop interventions for zoonotic diseases affecting forest communities in India. The aim of the project to understand the complex and interacting impacts of biological and sociocultural, political and economic drivers on health outcomes and spread of zoonotic diseases. The project also aims to co-develop better measures for mapping and preventing human diseases by using One Health approach. Indo-Zurich research is focused on 3 zoonotic diseases, that is Casinur forest disease, leptospirosis, and scrub typhus. Here we aim to explore local contextual factors that determine the vulnerability and resilience of forest communities to zoonotic diseases. This is 21 to 24. We are just completing the project. These are the drivers of the risk and vulnerability zoonotic diseases. I will not bore you with all the details. The main objectives, of course, VGKK took the leadership in the human health component, and others were involved in the other components of the project. This is the work packages we had. This was funded by the Government of India project approval details, and the funding is from the Eco Research and Innovation. And we are almost in the end of the progress so far. 3 sites, Chamarajanagar, where the BR Hills is there, Shivamogga and Uttar Kannada in Karnataka, and Wayanad in Kerala, and in parts of Sindhburg through other NGOs in Maharashtra. So we have completed the household surveys, completed the focus group discussions, analysis ongoing, preparations of awareness material around the rodent impact. These are the maps which we produced. Capacity building on One Health approaches with the concept of multi-purpose workers. Vulnerability and coping capacity for Casinur forest disease. So moving beyond the KFD, we are also now looking into leptospirosis, scrub typhus. Now, based on that, Swami Atmapriyanji gave me an opportunity to be part of the university programs, and we have the Dhar Chakravarti, who was part of this. So we evolved the concept of Center for One Health by the university. So the vision of the Center for One Health is to be one of the leading centers of excellence on multidisciplinary research, education, extension, and advocacy on One Health. So the mission of the Center for One Health, carrying out research on the interrelatedness of soil, plant, animal, human, and environmental health, exploring the manner in which such mutual interrelations can be reinforced to prevent, diagnose, mitigate, counter, and cure threats to public health. Conducting series of basic, applied, and action research to replenish soil and plant health that can promote animal and human health. Undertaking research on the philosophy, sociology, and economics of One Health. Designing, developing, and conducting master's, diploma, and certificate courses on One Health. Taking up extension, outreach, and advocacy works, transferring knowledge and understanding One Health to the field for the benefit of the communities. Developing knowledge networks and resource centers with leading institutions working on One Health around the world. The action plan is first is research. One Health research will cover the three broad areas of discovery research, development research, and delivery research. All these were, Dhar Chakravarti formulated it, and it's wonderfully done. Education, a basic course on One Health with 2 credits. Again, various courses are being evolved. Extension and advocacy, capacity building of diverse extension functionaries is part of it. So One Health project at Arapanch is a sequel to that approach, and this is a very solid on-field to show something that One Health project can really bring out outcomes in the community. So RKM Very as a Sasya Shamala Krishi Vignan Kendra established in 2013 under the university, covering 14 blocks distributed in 4 subdivisions of South 24 Parganas district. Located at Arapanch is already providing plant health, agriculture and horticulture, animal health, dairy, fisheries and poultry, and environmental soil health also they are providing. So we are adding on jointly with on human health, that's a primary, introducing primary health care. The water and air quality also we are adding on. In fact, we manage a lot of primary health centers in 7 states of India. There we were doing primary health care. Not only health, but the determinants of health are beyond health. The nutrition, safe drinking water, and water quality is also very important. And so we in the primary health care centers where we have about 30,000-40,000 population, we also monitor the quality of the drinking water, safe drinking water. So water quality is very important, how it is affecting people, whether there is arsenic or other problems. Fluorosis is also another problem. The air quality is also very important, and air quality monitoring has become easier now with good gadgets. I think we want to combine all of that in the Arapanch area. So we are also creating a One Health institution where a farmer can walk into One Health institution at Arapanch. The building is under construction, get the treatment for his or her health, his or her animals and plants. So he will bring the plant also and show it to them and get a solution for all the 3. He can get one solution in a single institution, including soil, water and air. And also training One Health workers in human, animal, plant and environmental health, because we cannot afford to have one expert in a village, for one separate for human, one for animal, one for plant and environmental health. The outreach program in all the villages with a mobile team to provide human, animal with a mobile team, with the experts also going to the villages and providing this. We also in the research monitor the health status of in that Arapanch area, in that population of the district. We want to monitor the health status of human, health state of animals in the area, status of plant health in that area, and the environmental health. So we can have interrelationship. If environmental health is good, probably the human health will also. We'll monitor that and come out with solutions, how all the healths are important and one is interdependent on the other. So thank you very much for giving this opportunity, and I'm privileged, great honor, and I have worked very closely with the tribals and established a rapport with the environment. I am part of the entire life which is happening. But to make it more impressive, it needs a spiritual development. I am working on that. Thank you very much. And
We are glad to know that the Corona Trust and Arkhimveri are working together on One Health projects. Behind Dr. Sudarshan's simple and humble demeanor, it is quite astonishing that so much talent and service and dedication is there. It is really a pleasure to listen to all the activities he has done, under his supervision, all the activities that has been done. So our next speaker will be Dr. Paramita Roy, Assistant Professor and Swami Vedananda Chair at Arkhimveri, will explore the Vedic and Vedantic perspectives of One Health. Dr. Paramita Roy, a distinguished scholar in Indian and Western philosophy with a specialized focus on environmental ethics, general ethics, and One Health from a philosophical perspective. Dr. Roy holds the Swami Vedananda Chair, established by the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, in the Department of Sanskrit and Philosophy under the School of Indian Heritage at Arkhimveri. She holds a PhD in philosophy from the University of Kolkata with her thesis titled Concern for Environment in Ancient Indian Texts, which later was published as an influential book titled Environmental Concerns in Ancient Indian Texts in 2014. Her expertise has also been recognized with a 2-year project awarded by the Indian Council of Philosophical Research, ICPR, New Delhi, titled Humanitarian Philosophy of India. Dr. Roy's works seamlessly integrates philosophical thoughts with practical applications, particularly in the domain of One Health, offering a holistic perspective on the interconnectedness of all life forms. I welcome Dr. Paramita Roy to share her invaluable insights. Please.
Good afternoon. My humble pranams to revered Swami Bhajananandaji Maharaj. My pranams, humble pranams to Swami Atma Priyanandaji Maharaj, and my humble pranams also to Swami Japasiddhanandaji Maharaj. My respect to all the senior faculties and senior members present here as audience, and my best wishes to scholars present here. The topic for today's discussion is One Health, Vedic and Vedantic Perspectives. I would try to bring the Vedic and Vedantic ancient perspectives and also try to see the relevance of the holistic vision that is present in the Vedas and the Vedanta from the modern realm. Now, as we know that this concept of One Health, it is a collaborative multidisciplinary approach that recognizes the interconnectedness of humans, domestic and wild animals, plants and wider environment, which includes the ecosystems. And it addresses the issues such as emergence of the infectious diseases, antimicrobial resistance, food safety, and promote the health and integrity of our ecosystems. When we try to connect the ancient teachings to modern concepts, we find that the teachings of the Vedas and Vedanta, they emphasize the interconnectivity or the interconnectedness and the unity of all forms of life. This has been possible because life has never been alienated from nature. It was part and parcel of that nature itself. Man is a component of nature, and the Vedic temperament was not to rule or be masters of nature, but just be a component of nature. So this particular perspective or the ancient philosophies that we find in the Vedas, they align with the modern concept of One Health because it offers a holistic vision or an holistic approach to health where it recognizes the well-being of all the communities that are present in nature and not to take nature in a piecemeal fashion. Now, if we consider or recognize this intrinsic connection between all forms of life, we can definitely work towards more sustainable development. We can reach the sustainable development goals that are being laid before us to be achieved by 2030. And in fact, we have seen the COVID-19 pandemic that we have undergone. It has given a serious shock to us, and it has awakened us to further think over the holistic vision of health and the interlink of all forms of life and nature. It cannot be separated. I will come to the point how the Westerners are also thinking on this point. Coming to the Vedas, particularly the Rig Veda Samhita, we find that it is the foundational to the Vedic literature, and it provides profound insights to the spiritual and philosophical doctrines of ancient India. The interconnectedness, and they understood this interconnectedness of all these things that are present in nature, and nothing is separated or taken away from nature. This is a very natural process of living that we find in Rig Veda Samhita, because this understood that the cosmos operates as a unified whole where every element, right from the smallest creature to the grandest of the natural phenomena, they are all inextricably related. The two hymns that I have given here, like if we look into this, the Ekam Sadvipra Bahuda Vadanti or Ekam Santam Bahuda Kalpanyanti, they both speak on the same truth, that there is the one underlying principle or one underlying essence of which are these diverse manifestations. So this diverse manifestation has got that same underlying pulse, that same underlying essence is that present, which is being manifested in all these varied forms of life or all these varied in different parts of nature. So how can we actually my revered pranams to Srimad Shankara Bharati Swamiji. Can I continue, Maharaj? So both these hymns, they reflect on one particular truth, that is, there is one underlying reality behind all these objects and forces of the universe. And therefore, when there is one underlying essence that is pulsating everywhere, how can we consider anything to be strange from me? How can I consider that I am alienated from nature and the other is not my own part? And it is this particular understanding, this significant understanding, which leads to the prayer, or for the prayer is a spontaneous expression for the well-being of all that is that is based on this understanding of one underlying principle that is pulsating in different forms of life that we find in the beautiful hymns of the Rig Veda. Madhuvata Retayate Madhusharanti Sindhava Madhvirna Santovashadhi, or in the Madhumanna Vanaspatir Dhumastu Surya Madhvi Gavo Bhavantinaha. So these beautiful hymns, they suggest that what a kind of sweetness these hymns are present. They reflect the vision of a harmonious balance. Nothing is separated, and this cosmos is a unified whole. We cannot look into the cosmos in a piecemeal fashion, and the humans have a direct communion or connection with nature, and the recurrence desire for sweetness or madhu, they symbolize that the blessing of abundance, peace, nourishment and divine favor. The hymns, they also suggest that when humans are we follow this rhythm or this order, then there will be all the elements of life, including plants, elements, they will all work together and they will bring about prosperity and spiritually fulfilling existence. So this is what is needed of us. And when we fall short of, this is the devastation that we are bringing to nature, we are devastating, we are degrading nature because we consider that nature is not part and parcel of one's own existence. Again, when we go to the Yajurveda Samhita, the same temperament we find as we find in the Rig Veda, where it highlights the need for the balance and harmony of nature. There is this principle of harmony. This is the cornerstone of Vedic worldview. They promote the well-being of all forms of life. If we go to this harmony is reflected in this wonderful hymn of the Yajurveda, Om Dyo Shanti Antariksham Shanti पृथ्वी शांतिराप शांतिरोषधय शांति वनस्पतिर शांतिर विश्वदेव शांतिर ब्रह्म शांति सर्वम शांति शांतिरेव शांति सा शांतिरेधि ओम शांति शांति शांति. So this cardinal principle of the mantra in the Shukla Yajurveda, it actually highlights the fact of peace, benediction, love, happiness of all living beings and the universal wellness of all components of life and existence. Then from this understanding that the all diverse manifestation is ultimately having the same essence pulsating in it, it is from that we are having a kind of awareness of our responsibilities towards others. And this responsibility is exhibited in the kind of the moral obligations that we have towards nature. We are not just to take everything from nature. Nature is giving us boundlessly, but we also have certain moral obligation towards nature. And it is captured in this mantra where this Pancha Mahayagya is noticed. And this is a part of the daily practice of the Hindu. And this idea of Pancha Mahayagya, where we have the sacrifice to the living beings, to human beings, to all ancestors, to God, to nature, and to living scriptures, to Vedas, so that this divine wisdom flows to us. So this idea of Pancha Mahayagya, this is actually related to the concept of Pancha Rina, or the 5 debts that we have or that we owe to the entire world. So when we are taking from nature, nature is providing so much, as Dhot Chakravarti said today in the morning, had taken lines from Mahatma Gandhi that nature has enough to feed one's need, but not enough to to feed one's greed. So when the greed comes in between, we are devastating, exploiting nature, and the climate change or the floods, the recurrence. Now the environmentalists are talking about this, and how much can we talk about this flood or the earthquake as natural disasters? Are they not man-made disasters? Because somewhere or the other, human action is multiplying, or it is taking such a voluminous shape that we cannot, this particular definition of what is man-made disaster and what is natural disaster has to be again given a second thought. Now this Pancha Mahayagya that we were talking about, it is actually associated with the concept of Pancha Rina, and that this Rina or this concept of Yagya that we get in the Bhagavad Gita, that is, we have to give to nature what we have taken from nature. And this actually is rooted on the fundamental obligation. And this fundamental obligation is based on the awareness of one cohesive, homogeneous existence, which is there present, and therefore we are not alienated from nature. And this was something very deeply rooted in our Vedic tradition. If we try to find the relevance of the Vedic thought from the modern perspective, we find how these ideas are coming and getting vibrant in the modern realm, that the deep ecologists now are thinking that the damage that we have done to the environment cannot be treated in a piecemeal fashion. And therefore, instead of looking into, instead of thinking of something, creation of something new, we have to reawaken something which is very old. We have to look back to the faults or the drawback that is there in us. The polluting agents are not outside, but the agents are within me, which is polluting the outside nature. So there is no nature outside of me. It is my own temperament, my own understanding, which is polluting the outer world. So I come across the thoughts of Albert Schweitzer. He was a renowned he got his Nobel Prize in 1952, I guess, for his work for peace, and he was a famous biocentrist also, and his works, Reverence for Life, is a beautiful idea that I've come across this in this particular slide. I have brought it, and he considers that a man can be labeled as ethical. How can we say someone is moral? Only when life as such is sacred to him, that of plants, animals, that of his fellow men, and when he devotes helpfully to all that is in need of help. See, life, this entire gamut of existence, so life has to be considered sacred. It is not to be considered like whose life. Life itself is sacred, and we have to look into it not from the context of its instrumental value, but rather we have to take it intrinsically valuable. And this is one of the most important things only when we can take care of life. So he went across, and the wonderful lines that came upon his mind when he was on a barge on the river going towards the up course of the Africa, and suddenly this idea dawned upon him, and he wrote it: I am life that wants to live in the midst of life that wants to live. So this is one of the very important and powerful idea that came in the mind of Albert Schweitzer when he considers life itself is valuable. It is not that humans have to exploit other forms of life, but all other life has to be taken care of. And this is here that the boundaries are being, there is no more a dividing line between whose life, the life of animals or the life of plants or animals. Life holistically has to be taken into consideration. And this is also captured in the words of Australian philosopher Warwick Fox, who says it is the idea that we can make no ontological divide in the field of existence. There is no bifurcation in reality between humans and non-human realms. To the extent that we perceive boundaries, we fall short of deep ecological consciousness. Now we work in the Western philosophical world also, we find that they talk about shallow ecology, deep ecology, but shallow ecology is like looking into the well-being of nature for taking care of our future generations. So the environmentalists would say that is perhaps an anthropocentric approach of taking care of the environment. We cannot take care of environment for the sake of someone, but environment we have to look into, we have to value nature for the sake of the value that is present in nature itself. We have to intrinsically value nature. And this is also considered, if we come to the Vedic Vedas again, in the Atharva Veda Samhita, in the Prithvi Sukta, we find there are some very powerful messages which are very relevant to the modern world. And in the Prithvi Sukta, we find that the entire earth is being looked upon as a mother, and the different components of nature are the children of the mother. And generally, we all know that mother has a kind of indiscrimination, boundless love that we generally see in our mother. So the Prithvi Sukta also looks about the whole of the earth crust is like the mother taking care of all the components of earth, where she does not have any sense of discrimination, as we have in the hymn of the Atharva Veda Samhita, Mata Bhumihi Putro Aham Prithviya. So this is how the entire earth crust is looked upon as a mother, and we are all children of the mother. And this is also our tradition, our Indian culture, that women are held with great esteem, as is captured in the words of Swami Vivekananda. Like he says that women are the living embodiments of Divine Mother. So this vast crust, it looks upon all components as her own siblings with a sense of indiscrimination. She gives pours boundless love to all her siblings, because they are all part and parcel of her own, they are all parts of her own self. Now this holistic vision, again, it aligns with the modern ecological and health concepts, and it advocates for the integration of natural and human system for optimal health issues. Again, in the Atharva Veda Samhita, we find that there is prayer offered to the mother earth crust, so that our speech be in accord, we have a harmonious speech, and this is how the balance of the ecosystem is maintained. Let us not have enmity towards others. We have the ability to forcefully or participate in a harmonious harmonious or pleasant speech, harmonious interaction with all on the crust. The Atharva Veda Samhita, therefore, in yet another hymn, we find that this hymn captures the sincere prayer for truth, force of authority and duty, gravitational compulsion, dedication, creative energy, perfect knowledge and sacrifice. And this is how we can enlarge our boundaries, not be narrow-minded, as Swamiji used to say, as he used to hint on the narrowness, selfishness and littleness. Let us come out of this frogs in the well attitude and look into the greater perspective of life. And with this spiritual orientation of mankind, one can comprehend the significance of Satyam Brihat Ritam Ugram to maintain and sustain peaceful coexistence with all other beings on earth, which is very necessary in this point of time. Coming to the Upanishads, we find that the Upanishads speak of the unity of all forms of life, or the interconnectedness of the cosmos. Now, the One Health also talks about this. It is aligned with the concept of One Health because of the intrinsic connection between soil, plant, animal, human health, and it embraces this interconnection because this is the same divine essence pervades living beings and universe in the Upanishads. In the Upanishads also, in the mantra of the verses of the Isha Upanishad also, you see how the entire world, or the entire world is pervaded by the Lord himself. It is all the wealth of the Lord, and we are here as trustees. We are caretaker of this world, not to think of this as our own wealth. We have to take care of it, and this entire edifice is based on the fundamental realization on oneness. And once this realization dawns upon man, how can we hate others? Because there is no other. This is a part of my own existence, my extended self itself. So this is how this realization is also captured, like he who sees all beings in the self itself and self in all beings feels no hatred by virtue of that realization, as is present in the Isavashya Upanishad, verse number 6. And this Veda and the Vedic tradition, they understood that this cosmic order, there is a balance and harmony, a symmetry is noticed, and men did not ever think of transgressing that boundary. And this cosmic order, or Ritam Brihat, that we find in the Kathopanishad, this concept of interconnectedness is actually leading to interdependence of all components of nature, which is conceived as a cosmic whole. And therefore, the Upanishads encourage for the realization of non-separation. There isn't any separation. All separation that we actually think is out of our own ignorance. That is, as I said in the Kathopanishad, na iha nana asti kinchana. So there is actually no separation in the things in this world. Then also in the beautiful verse of the Chandogya Upanishad also we find how it stresses on the non-duality of the Atman, it asserting that the same essence pervades all living beings including humans, plants, animals, and the unity of the self in all life forms, and it highlights the interdependence of health across all species and environment. Then again in the Taittiriya Upanishad of the cosmic vision we find in the Taittiriya Upanishad 2.1.1, and this is a profound message where we find out how it discusses about the nature of Brahman and the process of creation. It provides a deep philosophical reflection to the interconnectedness of all elements in the cosmos, from the most subtle to the grossest, and how from all these emanates from supreme consciousness. Again and again the same message is given, that there is one underlying essence which we see as many. In the Bhagavad Gita also, therefore, Sri Krishna is giving advice to Arjuna that all this is strung on me like pearls on the thread. Mines sarvamidam proktam sutre maniganaiva. Now coming to the Sustainable Development Goals, now we find that the Sustainable Development Goals do not actually talk about, they do not have the term of One Health, but if we look into the different goals separately, we will find that actually they are linked to each other, and this interconnectedness of humans, animals, and environmental health can be understood. Coming to the Sustainable Development Goal number 3, it talks about good health and well-being. So it is directly concerned with human health, but it also acknowledges the interconnection with animal and environmental health. Then we have Sustainable Development Goal 6, where it is talking about water and clean water and sanitation. Access to clean water is essential for both human and animal health. Then Sustainable Development Goal 12, responsible consumption and production. This goal is focusing on sustainable practices in consumption, production, which are essential for reducing environmental impact and preventing ecological degradation. As we know how animal farming, random, we are polluting the environment. Then we have the Sustainable Development Goal number 15, which stresses on life on land, conserving the terrestrial ecosystem, biodiversity. Wildlife health is central to One Health as it links health of animals and ecosystem to human health. Then Sustainable Development Goal number 14. It talks about life below water. And it addresses the protection of marine ecosystems, which can impact both humans and animal health. Then Sustainable Development Goal 2, zero hunger. It is also central to One Health because it involves both well-being of animals and humans. Then is Sustainable Development Goal number 13, climate action. Climate action, it impacts the health of humans, animals, and the environment. So we see that the Sustainable Development Goals do not, although use explicitly the term of One Health, but they encompass the principles of this approach in addressing the broad interconnected challenges of health, ecosystem, and sustainability. The One Health approach provides the framework for addressing these challenges holistically, collaboratively across sectors. I would like to conclude with the very important, powerful words of Swami Vivekananda on the oneness of existence. We have been discussing about the Veda-Vedantic perspective, and it actually is necessary. The world needs this. Until we go to this, ultimately we cannot treat the world now in a piecemeal, we cannot treat the problems in a piecemeal fashion, as we have the famous words of the deep ecologists Bill Devil and George Sessions, who say that it is not the creation of something new, but the reawakening of something very old that is needed. And that is only which can provide solutions to the grave crisis. And therefore Swamiji says, thinkers in ancient India gradually came to understand that the idea of separateness was erroneous, and there was a connection among all those distinct objects. There was a unity which pervaded the whole universe, trees, shrubs, animals, men, devas, even God himself. The Advaitin, reaching the climax in the line of thought, declared all that to be but the manifestation of that one. In reality, the metaphysical and the physical universe are one, and the name of this one is Brahman. And therefore, he says, there is but one life, one world, one existence, everything that is one. The difference is in degree and not in kind. The difference between our lives is not in kind. Thus, the whole universe is one unity, one existence, physically, mentally, morally, and spiritually. We have just one earth. We have only one earth. So why not we think about one health? If we can have one earth for all to share, then why not think about one health? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Roy, for your scholarly insights into how ancient Vedic wisdom can guide us in modern health challenges. Now we have some time for some short question answer round. So,
Pujya Swami Bhajananandji Maharaj will share some of his ideas on this. Maharaj, please come.
My respectful namaskar to Atma ji and Sangar Bharati Swamiji, and 11 best wishes to all the participants. We want to talk only about 2 points, and that is, the first one is, there are 3 gaps in our knowledge of the environment. I've been interested in environmental knowledge or science from my school days. I found there are 3 gaps in the knowledge of our environment. The first gap is between the modern science has come to 2 categories. One is time, space, and the other is mass, energy. So between these 2, there is a gap. That is how time and space are related to the mass energy. This, I think, our Atma Priyanandaji will clarify. That is the first gap. The second gap is between matter and life. Several attempts have been made, especially in Russia by Oparin and others, to bridge the gap, but still it persists. The gap between life and matter and life. The third gap is between life and consciousness. This has not been this bridge not bridged. Several attempts, especially in the Tantras and Kashmir Shaivism, there is an attempt has been made by bridging the gulf between life and consciousness. Acharya Shankar, he bridged it by the idea of Maya, whereas the Tantras, they developed the idea of Shakti, Brahman and Shakti. ठाकुर बोलते हैं जिनी ब्रह्म तिनी शक्ति तिनी माँ. This point, unfortunately, Swamiji did not expound in depth. That is the third gap. These are the three gaps in our knowledge of the environment at different levels. I want any of you can come and enlighten me on the how to bridge the gap between these three gaps. That is one point. The second point is about what Srimati Paramita Roy broached. I read her thesis and I am very much interested in the subject. That is the oneness of life. But I would like to make one point. There is so much talk about spirituality, oneness of life, oneness of existence and all that. But there is such a thing called nature mysticism. Mysticism means direct experience. Direct experience. That is what is called mysticism. There is such a thing called nature mysticism. It is possible to have a direct experience of the all-pervading reality in creation, in the created world. So regarding that, nobody speaks about everywhere. There is a talk about sustainable development. This or United Nations propounded this idea of sustainable development goals, and Srimati Paramita Roy spoke much about this and oneness of life and all that. That is quite all right. I do not deny, but I would like to add one point, that is what is called nature mysticism. It is possible to have direct experience of some unseen presence, some divine presence in the environment, and that 1 ounce, as Swamiji used to say, 1 ounce of experience is equal to or better than 1 ton of so much of talk about oneness of life and all that. At least somebody should. Our Paramita Roy spoke about Albert Schweitzer. Albert Schweitzer was one of the few, and in America there was another great nature conservationist. His name, just now I forget. It doesn't come to my mind. He was the main person responsible for conservation of redwood trees, sequoia trees. I forget his name. John Muir. John Muir. His life, that tremendous, that oneness with life. It is not a theoretical understanding. It is an actual mystical unity. It is possible to have mystical oneness with the reality, all-pervading reality in the universe. So this, unfortunately, it is not so commonly emphasized among Indians, but in Western people, I came across several articles, at least 3 or 4 articles are with me, we deal with this nature mysticism? Why not wake up from our dreamy existence, completely drifting through life? Out of this drifting through life, let a few people at least wake up and come into direct contact with the ultimate reality about which the Upanishads and other books speak. That is, and that is all. Anyway, the Western people, because they encounter life, their lives are more authentic. In India, Indians mostly, their lives are all hidden behind masks. People wear mask, whereas in the West, people deal with the life directly. So let people in the Mandukya Karika, he says, अनादिमायया सुप्तो यथा जीवः प्रबुध्यते. Anadimaya supto, Anadimaya. From this, because of this Anadimaya, the people are, most of the Indians are in deep sleep. Swamiji understood this, and that's why he wanted to wake them up from the eternal beginningless sleep. So Anadimaya supto yadha jivaha prabudhyate. Let a few people wake up from this constant unconscious drifting through the unconscious stream of life. Thank you so much. I'm sorry. Well,
But you can sit here. You can sit here.
I will sit there.
We're extremely thankful to Pujya Swamiji for his insightful remarks. This wake-up call which has given us that encountering nature, and Dr. Paramita's Roy's talk also triggered off his ideas. Maharaj, you said at least some people should wake up and encounter life about the nature mysticism. And we believe that you are one of such people. And we can have, based on the insightful remarks of revered Maharaj, we can convene another seminar on nature mysticism, encountering nature, encountering life. So we can, perhaps with this guidance and blessings, we can have nature mysticism and encountering life. That may be the topic of our next seminar, in which Maharaj will be the keynote speaker. Thank you so much, Maharaj. Now we go to the next session. No, we don't need to clarify. This is for people who actually realized. From books, we can all give lectures for hours. You'll be talking from the books. We don't want that.
So now we'll start our technical session 2. The theme is soil, plant and earth. I request Dr. Shudipta Tripathi, Dr. Gautam Chatterjee and Dr. and Swami Japashidananda Maharaj to come forward to the stage. So I'll introduce all the three speakers together. So our first speaker, Dr. Sudipta Tripathi, Assistant Professor at the School of Environment and Disaster Management, RKM Bheri, Narendrapur campus. Dr. Tripathi completed his BSc Honours in Chemistry at the Ramakrishna Mission Residential College, Narendrapur, followed by an MSc in Agricultural Chemistry and Soil Science at the University of Kolkata, where he earned the University Gold Medal in 2001. He later completed his PhD at the same university, focusing on the microbiological and biochemical aspects of coastal saline soils. With over 2 decades of experience in research and academia, Dr. Tripathi specializes in bioremediation, microbial soil quality and waste management, and composting. He has presented over 28 invited lectures and has an impressive research profile with 965 citations and an H index of 13. And our second speaker is Dr. Gautam Chatterjee, an accomplished academician and researcher currently serving as an assistant professor in the Department of Agricultural Biotechnology at RKM Bheri, Narendrapur. Dr. Chatterjee holds a PhD in Life Science from the Jawaharlal Nehru Center for Advanced Scientific Research, JNCASR, Bangalore, where his research focused on centromere identification and characterization in human pathogenic yeast, Candida tropicalis. He earned his BSc Agriculture in Genetics with a gold medal from Bidhan Chandra Krishi Vishwavidyalaya and his BSc Agricultural Honours from the same institution. With expertise in genetics, cell biology and molecular tools and techniques, Dr. Chatterjee is actively engaged in teaching and mentoring students in advanced areas of agricultural biotechnology. His research interests are molecular biology, microbial genetics, bioinformatics, and plant microbe interactions. He has secured prestigious awards, including the Early Career Research Award from ACRB DST, and has delivered invited talks at national and international platforms such as GNU, ICAR, IIFSR, and Jawaharlal Nehru Center for Advanced Scientific Research. Dr. Chatterjee has co-authored several impactful research publications in reputed journals such as M-Bio and PLOS Genetics. Lastly, Revered Swami Javasiddhanandaji Maharaj will speak on Vedic and Vedantic perspectives regarding soil, plant and earth. Maharaj is currently serving as an assistant professor and coordinator in the Department of Sanskrit and Philosophy at RKM Bheri. Since joining the institution in 2013, for over a decade, Maharaj has contributed significantly to the academic and spiritual enrichment of the department as the head of the department. With a PhD in Sanskrit grammar from Bharati University, Shantiniketan, his doctoral dissertation titled Linguistic Association of All Knowledge as postulated in Bhakyapadiyam, a critical study, reflects his deep scholarship in Panini's grammar and Veda-Vedanta. His areas of teachings include Vyakarana, Advaita Vedanta, recital of Vedic hymns and Upanishads, and the commentary of Shayana on select Vedic hymns. Notably, Swamiji speaks Sanskrit with the fluency of a mother tongue. Maharaj has delivered numerous invited lectures both nationally and abroad. We are fortunate to have these speakers, and I will request now our first speaker, Dr. Sudipta Tripathi, to come forward to the stage, to the podium.
Good afternoon, revered Swami Atmapriyananda Ji Maharaj, my pranam, and Shankara Bharati Swamiji, my respectful pranam, Swami Bhajanananda Ji, my respectful pranam, other Brahmacharin, and Swami Japasiddhananda Ji Maharaj, our head of the department, Professor P.G. Dhar Chakraborty, my distinguished colleague, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to say something or say a few words in this huge gathering. First of all, I would like to say a few words from the talk from this morning, some revered Swami Bhajanananda Ji Maharaj, that each soul is potentially divine. I used to quote this word or this line when I was student at Narendrapur, but today I have learned that each soul has the potential to become the divine. So it's a new learning for me, Pranam Maharaj. So today I will try to share few of my thoughts on soil. Probably you might have heard much about our environment and environmental degradation, and our HOD already mentioned what degradation is going on. So my task is the soil and earth, the modern problem and challenges. I would like to share few of my thoughts. I will divide my lecture in 3 parts. In first part, I will try to throw some lights on philosophical aspect of soil. Then what soil are serving for us, that part I will cover. And then what are the problems associated with this soil at present day. And finally, I will try to find out some general solution, and the solution, whatever we are trying to do at our RKM Mary Narendrapur campus. So, in Hebrew Bible, the first human, Adam, the Adam word has been derived from the soil, or meaning is soil, and it's made the Eve, that is also meaning the living or the mother life. So altogether, Adam and Eve signify the soil and the life. Similarly, in Latin, the more powerful metaphor that the homo or the homo sapiens, this homo term has derived from the humus, which is one of the important component of the soil, that is the organic part. So philosophically, soil is related in our society. Now what is soil? It's a 3-dimensional natural body. Everybody we are talking about and knowing about the soil, but what is basically the soil? It takes 1,000 years to develop 1 inches of soil. We have learned about the rocks and minerals and lithosphere sir was talking about, but within that lithosphere, if you want to have this 6 inches of soil which is giving us the food, it will take nearly 1,000 years. So soil is a 3-dimensional natural body consisting of both weathered and unweathered rocks and minerals, organic matter, water and air, all in varied but in a balanced proportion, and which gives anchorage to the plant. And looking into different component of the soil, we are having one mineral component. These are very preliminary things, but it has some insights. What are those insights? I am coming to that point later on. And we are having the air and water, and the organic part, though it is very little, but it has huge significance in the role of soil in our crop growth. And in mineral part, we are having sand, silt and clay part, and this clay is the most tiny particle. The diameter is 0.002 millimeter, and it has huge significance. As it has the small size, so it has a high surface area. As a result, it has a huge unique property. So, in human civilization, if you look into, people in earlier day used to worship the soil. But nowadays, we are not at all thinking about the soil. And the soil is not only their life or their food, their livelihood also. People are shaping the soil and ultimately converting soil into bricks and constructing their home. And you will be happy to learn the first synthetic product of this beautiful world, that the ceramic, basically made from soil. It's a pure clay. The pure clay, as I was talking about the mineral component, if you can purify the clay from the soil, that means separating out the sand and silt, then that clay may be utilized to convert it into ceramics. And that is the history of this technology. And this is the ceramic products. Now, the understanding about the soil. When some romantic poet is looking through his window in a beautiful mustard field, yellow color, he may thought that it's a scenic beauty. And the people, those who are living in the urban area, they are thinking that food may be generated in supermarket. And the civil engineer, they are thinking that the soil they are only how much load they can bear, how many storied building they can develop upon it. But the environmentalist or the soil scientist, they are not at all thinking the soil in this angle. They are thinking soil as environmental filter and buffer. We have learned, or we have heard so many things about the problem. Dr. Sudarshan is here. He was talking about the arsenic and fluoride pollution. So many things. So we have to deal with that problem also. So how this soil is basically acting as environmental filter and buffer. As you know the function of the filter. So the soil, as it is having the sand, silt and clay particles and the organic matter, so they have the property to filtering out the pollutant or contaminants. Again, you see, we are talking about the One Health. The soil has the disinfecting property, and probably the first term antibiotic has come from a soil scientist. Because you see, when we are talking about the zoonotic disease and all these things, when any animal, they are suffering from any disease, we are basically buried them into the soil. So who is there to taking care of this disease or the disease causing microorganisms or pathogen? Basically, soils are having some microorganism who can combat these pathogenic microorganisms and ultimately disinfecting those things. And last but not the least, the ion exchange phenomena. The tiny particle, the clay particle, this is basically the aluminosilicates. I'm not going into detail of this technical detail of the ion, but they are taking care of filtration of water, and ultimately they are purifying our air, and our nature has this capacity to purifying it very easily. Now, the hydrogeological cycle. I remember one very famous word from revered Swami Atmapriyanandaji when he was there at Narendrapur, that Charano Renu. That means the dust particle from the feet. We thought that is very pure and that is very holy for us. But you see, in terms of environment, this tiny particle playing so much important role to bringing down the raindrop from the atmosphere. If you do not have that tiny particle in the atmosphere, your raindrop won't be able to form. Coming to the ground, if soil is not there in your ground, then this raindrop won't be able to percolate down and won't be able to be there as groundwater, which is one of the source for our drinking, what Sir was talking about. So, soil is everywhere important, but we are neglecting. And so, the soil for this hydrogeological cycle is also important. Now, soil as a medium of crop growth. As you know, our crop like us, soil is also need some food for their growth and development. They need 16 nutrient elements for their growth. But from where they will get this nutrient? Our nature has that capacity, that geochemical cycle Maharaj was talking about this morning. That geochemical cycling is happening spontaneously, and ultimately our plants are getting food from the soil. Then coming to the biodiversity, both above and below ground biodiversity, that is also maintained by our soil. So, in one word, we may say soil, S-O-I-L, as soul of infinite life. So that soil we have to preserve. So in nutshell, what we demand or we depends on soil, these are few things where we are basically climate change issues, the emission of greenhouse gases, the pollutant like fluoride and arsenic, their mitigation, all these things we can solve with the help of this healthy soil. So as this soil is doing so many things for us, so we definitely have to think about the health of the soil. So coming to the health, what is soil health? It is basically the degree of fitness. Like us, what is our health? When we are fit to do some work, whether it is reading, whether it is teaching, whether it is studying. Similarly, the soil, if it is fit to do its work, that means to give the food for us, or any other activities, then we will say it is a healthy soil. And healthy soil can produce healthy food, healthy plant, and ultimately the concept of One Health was Dr. Sudarshan and Dr. Paramita Rai was talking about. And you see, if soil is anemic, that means if your soil is not able to supply the nutrient to your plant, then your plant will suffer from the nutrient deficiency, and ultimately the total food system will be deficient from that nutrient. Nowadays, a new concept has come, the biofortification. We are trying to fortify the crop or the soil with some specific nutrient which we need, because we won't be able to get that nutrient directly as inorganic component. So here the soil is playing important role. So we have to maintain the soil health or soil quality. So what does it mean? The soil health is basically the physical, chemical and biological parameters of the soil. I am not going into much technical aspect of this thing. For a common man, the soil, that means how much water it will able to contain, or this is the water holding capacity of the soil, the bulk density, and in chemical part you all know the NPK. Nowadays it's very common term, how much nutrients are there in your soil. But most importantly, the biological part. Because we won't be able to see the microorganisms in our naked eye, but they are playing important role in biogeochemical cycling of nutrients. So we must be very much careful when we are talking about the soil health. And here you see in soil quality, the microbial component, they are intimately related with soil quality. Why? Because they can give an early warning of soil disturbances due to natural or anthropogenic stress. We have heard about the disaster. So many disaster, whether it is chemical disaster or some other disaster we are talking about, and some chemical contaminants. So all these different types of problem, the microbes can give you the early warning what is going to be happen in near future. So we must be very much careful about these microorganisms. I'm talking about a little bit about the technical aspect. The microorganisms we are talking about, the microorganisms we are normally used to cultivate in our laboratory, but we are able to cultivate only 1 to 5%. Because most of the microorganisms we do not know their nutritional habit and also their growth condition. So we have to think about the concept of soil microbial biomass, that is the totality. That is how much microorganisms are there, and that microorganisms we may assay through the microbial biomass carbon estimation. Carbon or nitrogen, this is the signature molecule of all the microbial cell. So these are the things, that is the soil quality. Now, what are the degradation or what are the things happening surrounding us? Different types of degradation of these beautiful and the important natural resources are facing each and every day, particularly in this 21st century. What are those degradation processes? These are very common. You see the soil erosion, because this topsoil I have already told about, that 1,000 years it will take to formulate, but it will take only 1 decade to degrade. So we must be very much careful about it. So soil erosion, either it is wind or soil, water erosion, then the chemical degradation. Particularly I would like to say a few words on the soil salinization, because in our state we are having the Sundarban region where the salinity is a big problem. Then the problem of toxic element, the heavy metal, the fluoride, the other pesticides molecule, the chemical fertilizers we are using indiscriminately after the Green Revolution. So all those are creating problem and degrading the soil. Then the physical degradation, the water logging. Sometimes, as you know, in the effect of the climate change or the global warming, the irregular pattern of rainfall, someday you may receive 200 or 250 millimeter rainfall in one day. So there will be water logging, compaction of soil, and the tillage. All these are basically degrading the soil, because the organic matter, as I have told, that is very small, but it has the significant effect in soil development. Then the biological degradation, that is the loss of soil fertility. According to an estimate of the National Bureau of Soil Survey and Land Use Planning, ICAR, Government of India, that 48% of our Indian soil are under degradation. So we have to think about this degradation and how we can solve those problems. So these are few photographs showing how these different processes of degradations are happening surrounding us in our planet Earth, the salinization. And here you see the salinization, the two processes are happening simultaneously. One is percolation and another is capillary rise. And those two phenomena are again related to our season. In dry season, this is happening, the evaporation loss is more, so the salinity will rise up. So this is the soil pollution, pesticide pollution, or the heavy metal pollution, or the mining pollution. So many different types of pollutions are there. So the natural resources which is giving us the food, we are degrading that particular component of our nature. This is water logging, this is soil tillage, and this is the soil compaction. We are not at all thinking about the density of the soil. We are running heavy machinery in the top of the soil, and ultimately it will get compressed, so the fertility level of the soil will be reduced. Much is heard about the sustainable development and UN sustainable development goal. I am not going into detail of that. Only one thing, that means we have to think about the two things for the need of the present generation and also the demand of the future generation. So keeping these two things in mind, we have to manage our soil so that our future generation can get enough food for their survival. And for that reason, we have to manage the water. That means water should be pure. It should not be contaminated with some other sources. Crop management, what different types of crop will be suitable, that we have to think about. Probably Dr. Chatterjee will say something in his next lecture. Then nutrient management, soil tillage, and land use management. All these things are related to the management of the soil so that this degradation process will be minimized. And degradation of soil, so that we have to minimize the degradation of soil and environmental pollution through these different strategic actions. So the structural enhancement, then integrated nutrient management, residue management, mulching, and water improvement, and this contour plowing, and all these things we have to do. Then organic matter also we have to manage in proper way, because this is the lifeline of the soil. Though it is very small in amount, but it is playing huge role to maintain the soil fertility and productivity. So we have to add some amount of organic matter to the soil for its food of the microorganisms present inside the soil. Then green manuring, biofertilizer, crop residue, all this we have to follow. Now, in saline soil, as I have told you, our state, we are having the Sundarban. In Sundarban region, salinity is a problem. There are so many interventions to solve those problems of salinity. Only one possible solution that I can share with you, that is the land shaping technology. That means in Sundarban region, the salinity is a problem. So this salinity is not only the salinity in soil, but also salinity of water, and they are suffering the scarcity of water during dry season. So the rainwater harvesting is one of the alternative to make their land from monocrop to multiple cropping options. So we may go for this land shaping technique by digging the pond and harvesting the rainwater. And we may solve the problem of salinity little bit, and we can manage our crop in better way. Now, coming to our activities, our soil is degrading, that we can understand. Now, how best we can solve, or how best we can protect our soil from this degradation? We are basically following or promoting the natural farming. We are having one center on natural organic farming. Dr. Chatterjee is the PI, and we are basically practicing the use of Jivamrit, Bijamrit, mulching, and we are basically practicing the no tillage or reduced tillage system. So you see, as I have told, these are one of the reasons which is degrading our important natural resources. So if we want to protect that natural resource, so we have to do something. So that initiative we have already taken last few years, we are doing and we are practicing and we are applying this to the soil so that it will maintain the soil health as well as the productivity. That research is going on, and one of our Brahmachari Maharaj, he is also pursuing his PhD on this particular topic. And this organic farming, in organic farming, the composting and vermicomposting, these issues are there. So here I would like to share few things about the Jivamrit and Bijamrit. These are the component in different proportion. We are basically trying to formulate or trying to prepare the Jivamrit and Jivamrit and Bijamrit. The Jivamrit is basically the microbial inoculum for the soil, which will enhance the microbial community inside the soil. And the Bijamrit is basically protecting the crop from the plant pathogenic attack. And the compost, that means the compost or vermicompost, that is the residue, whatever we are having, that organic material we are trying to prepare compost so that we can use it to enhance the soil health and soil quality. But we have to think twice before application of compost whether it is stable or not. If you apply the immature or unstable compost to your soil, it will do negative impact. Instead of mineralization, it will go for immobilization. So soil health will degrade. So that is why prior to application of any compost or organic matter, we have to think about the stability and maturity of the compost. In our Narendrapur Department of Environment and Disaster Management, we are also trying to analyze, and we are also trying to utilize several sophisticated instrumental technique to find out the insight, what is happening during the process of this organic matter decomposition, to develop some science out of it, this ancient knowledge. It's not new. Composting, it's a very age-old practice. But we are trying to find out the science, what is happening, what bond is breaking and which bond are making, which are basically facilitating the nutrient availability to the soil and to the crops. So in this year, like every year, we are the World Soil Day can be celebrated. So in this year, 5th December, we have celebrated the World Soil Day. And in this year, the theme was caring for soil, measure, monitor and manage. So when we are thinking about this natural resource, we have to measure what quality of our soil is, then we have to monitor it, and accordingly we have to think about the management strategy. I will like to conclude with again the philosophical aspect. As you know, the soil and humus, both are the component, and this humus, already I have told that this humus has come from the human, the Homo sapiens, the species name, the Homo, is basically coming from the humus. And this humus not only giving us this Homo sapiens, but also it tells us the term or the word humble, humility. That means lowly as earth. The famous quote from Rabindranath Tagore, Amar matha nato kore dao he tomar chorono dhular tole. That means we must be very much lower to the earth or the mother earth, who are taking care of us. So it's time for us to nurture the soil in return, as the soil is taking care of us. Thank you very much.
So I'll start with Rabindranath itself. So, O amar desher mati tomar pore ঠাকাই মাথা. After some time he's telling, ওমা অনেক তোমার খেয়েছি তো অনেক নিয়েছি মা তবু জানি না যে কিবা তোমায় দিয়েছি মা. So we have, from this talk we have learned a lot that what the soil has given to us and what we have to do. So thank you very much Dr. Tripathi for highlighting the pressing environmental needs related to the soil and earth. Lastly, I request Swami Japasiddhanandaji Maharaj to share his thoughts on Vedic and Vedantic perspectives regarding soil, plant, and earth. Please, Maharaj.
Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Harihi Om. Om Namo Bhagavate Ramakrishnaya. My respectful pranams to most revered Srimad Swami Bhajananandaji Maharaj, Pujaniya Srimad Shankara Bharati Swamiji, and revered Swami Atmapriyanandaji Maharaj, and other monks present here. My love and namaskars to the brahmacharis, and regards to all the esteemed speakers in this seminar, and all other faculty members, scholars, students, devotee students, and all others assembled here. The topic is soil, plant, and earth, Vedic and Vedantic perspectives. We can have a small prayer at the outset on soil. The prayer is addressed to the presiding deity in the soil. Mrittike haname papayan maya dushkritam kritam Mrittike e brahma dattasi kashyapena bhimantrita Mrittike dehi me pushtin tvayi sarvam pratishtitam Mrittike e pratisthite sarvam tanme nirnuda mrittike Tvaya hatena papena gacchami paramangatim. O presiding deity of soil, destroy my sins and evil deeds. You are a gift from God. You are prayed to by Kashyapa. O soil, grant me strength. All sources of nourishment are grounded in you. O deity of soil, everything is established in you. Cleanse me of all my sins. My sins purged by you, I shall attain to the highest goal. Prayer addressed to the deity of plant. Ya phalinir ya aphala apushpayascha pushpini brihaspati prasutastano munchantwagam hasaha. The plants which produce fruit and those which do not, which bear flower and those which do not flower, all those have originated from Brihaspati. May those liberate us from sin. Prayer addressed to the presiding deity of earth. Om Ashvakrante Rathakrante Vishnukrante Vasundhara Shirasadharita Devi Rakshasvamam Pade Pade. O earth, you who are galloped upon by horse, traversed by chariot, and trodden upon by Vishnu, I shall keep thee on my head. Protect me at every step. We have several hymns in Vedas on soil, plant, and earth, apart from standalone passages which discuss on these topics. Oshadhi Suktam in Rigveda Samhita, Mrittika Suktam of Taittiriya Aranyaka, which you heard now, and Durva Suktam also from Taittiriya Aranyaka Mahanarayana Upanishad, Bhu Suktam of Taittiriya Samhita, Oshadhi Vapa Mantraha from Taittiriya Samhita again. Vapa means sowing, sowing the seeds. At that time, certain mantras are chanted. Oshadhi Vapa Mantraha. Oshadhi Suktam of Atharva Veda. When we come to the Vedic and Vedantic perspectives, we have to deal with Ayurveda. What is Ayurveda? What is its place in the Indian knowledge systems? Ayurveda is a supplementary Upaveda to Rigveda. It is also considered as an auxiliary Upanga to Atharva Veda. Sushruta and Charaka say that it is an Upanga of Atharva Veda, whereas the Shaunakya, Charanam Vyuha, Bhagavata and other Puranas say that it is an Upaveda to Rigveda. And again, we have 18 disciplines. As we have several faculties in the universities in modern times, in our university we have School of Indian Heritage, School of Mathematical Sciences, so many other schools. It is the American terminology. In the British terminology, it will be faculty of School of Indian, Faculty of Indian Heritage. Like that, the broad classification of the faculties in the Indian knowledge systems were 18. Among them, one of the Vidyasthana is the Ayurveda also. It is a science practiced in India from time immemorial. What is Ayurveda? What does the term mean? It means Ayushaha Vedaha, the science of Ayu. Charaka, he says, Ayuhu Vedayati iti Ayurvedaha. Vedayati means it teaches, it informs, it conveys some insights upon that. So it is Ayurveda. Now the question will be, then what is Ayu? Ayu, we know it is lifespan. His Ayu is very Dirgha Ayushman Bhavade, bless. What is Ayu? Scientifically it is said, Sharirendriya Sattvatma Sanyogaha Ayuhu Uchyate. We find this in Charaka Samhita in the Sutra Sthana. Sharira, Indriya, Sattva means Buddhi, and then Atma. The union of these things, to whatever time span this is united, that we call as Ayu. Charaka again defines Ayurveda. Hitahitam Sukham Dukkham Ayuhu. Tasya hitahitam Manancha tasya yatroktam Ayurvedas sa uchyate. Well-being and illness, joy and misery are known as Ayu. The discipline wherein Ayu is discussed with factors conducive and detrimental to it, as also its measure, is known as Ayurveda. Important texts in Ayurveda, hundreds of texts are there. We are just taking up the seminal ones. Charaka Samhita of Agnivesha, Sushruta Samhita of Sushruta, Ashtanga Sangraha of Vriddha Vagbhata. These three texts are known as Brihat Trayi. Sharangadhara Samhita of Sharangadhara, Bhava Prakashaha of Bhavamishra, Yoga Ratnakara, it is a compendium. Who made this is not clearly known. And these three are considered as Laghutrayi. Those who study Ayurveda, they study these things. Kashyapa Samhita of Kashyapa Maharshi. In the Mritika Sukta we found Kashyapena Abhimantrita. Harita Samhita of Harita. Bhela Samhita of Bhelacharya. Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita of Vagbhata. Madhava Nidanam of Madhavakara. Dhanvantari Nighantu of Dhanvantari. Ratna Samuchaya of Vagbhatacharya. Bhaishajya Ratnavali compiled by Govindadasa. Then we have some special texts on agriculture. Here also we have hundreds. These are the main ones. Guru Samhita, Druma Chikitsa, Vrikshayurveda, Kshetra Tattvam, Kedara Kalpaha, Sasyayurvedaha, Krishi Parasharaha, Upavana Vinodaha, Vishwavallabha, Vrikshayurjnanam. Types of soil or land or bhumi in our scriptures. Criteria are different, various criteria they have taken in making these classifications. For example, Charaka says there could be 6 types. He doesn't directly mention that. He speaks of the effect of water falling on the soil. The water fallen on some soil will be sweet, will be salty. Based on that, soil is also classified into 6 types. He says Shveta, that which is Shveta. It gives the Kashaya taste, astringent stage. Pandu, Tikta. Pandu is grey color. Tikta. Kapila soil, it gives Amla, sour. Ushara, it is Lavana, salty, saline. Parvata, it is Krishna. And then Katu, Madhura. Harita Samhita speaks of 5 types of earth, Bhumi. The same thing, Krishna, the black, Rakta, red, Sita, white, Pita, yellow, Pita, yellow, and Neela, blue. Chakrapani Mishra, in his Vishwavallabha, the book's name, Vishwa means everyone, Vallabha means dear. The science is dear to everyone, it is needed for every human being, so he calls it as Vishwavallabha. There he speaks of 3 types of soil, arid means very dry, marshy, which is wet, too much of water, moderately wet. These are the 3 categories. And then he also mentions of the 6 tastes and the corresponding colors of soil. Generally, if you want to say that the soil is of a superior quality, then the word used is mritsna or mritsa. Mritsa, mritsna. This is in the Amarkosha we find that prashastatu mritsa, mritsna cha mrittika. Today we know the science also recognizes 12 soil orders. For example, the Department of Agriculture in the United States of America, the government, the department, it lists alphisols, andisols, aridisols, etc. When we cull the information from different scriptures, whatever the criteria thereof, we can come up with 12 classifications of soils, 12 types of soils. Urvara, that is fertile. Atharva Veda also, in the mantra we find this word Urvara. Almost all these words are used in different places in the Vedic texts. Ushara, Usha or Ushavati means barren, saline soil. Maruhu, Dhanva, desert. Aprahata, Khila, both are the mean the same thing. It is a fallow land. Just now in one of the previous speakers, they said that it should not be tilled. The soil for some purpose, for some time, it will not be tilled. That such a land they give that. Left out without cultivation for the sake of improvement of the quality of the soil. That is aprahata. Shadvalaha, it is grassy, is full of grass. Pankilaha, muddy. Sharkara, Sharkarilaha, Sharkaraha, Sharkaravati. These are all synonyms. They mean the same thing. We get these things in the Amarkosha. That which is with pebbles, that is Sharkara. Jalaprayaha Anupaha, soil with much water. Kachaha, land contiguous to water, where there is too much of water logging. Contiguous means very close to, but the water has entered and it has stood there. Sikatavati, Sharkaravari, it is sandy. Nadi Matrika, these 2 words are interesting. They classify lands as Nadi Matrika and Deva Matrika. Nadi Matrika means the land is fed by the rivers. That is Nadi Matrika. Deva Matrika. Deva means here, Deva in the Kosha lexicons we find that Deva is a synonym even for Megha. So Deva Matrika means that which is fed by rainwater. Classification of herbs in Vedic hymns. Vedas, it is mainly based on the Vedic religion, culture, sacrifice in the earlier ages. Now also sacrifice in a new terminology. Swamiji has given that as a seva, jagadhitayacha. So yajna was the basic thing in Vedic times. So they classified trees or plants into two types, Yupa Mula and Ayupa Mula. Those trees which can be used for the Yupa Stambha, that is Yupa Mula. Ayupa Mula means that is not fit to be taken for the preparation of Yupa Stambha in a yajna. Yupa Stambha means the post, the wooden post where the sacrificial animal will be tied. It will be tied to that post. That is Yupa. Then there is a mantra from Taittiriya Samhita, Yajata Voshadayo Devebhyas, etc. It goes on. It's a long mantra. We have taken only 2 lines from there. There it says, Pushpavatihi, Prasuvatihi, Phalinihi, Aphala Uta. Like this, many categories are given. So from there we get that basically 3 types of plants: Vriksha, trees; Oshadhi, that means plants that flower, yield fruit and then wither away. Then Virudh means creepers or twines which spread. Amarakara also says that Vanaspatya, Vanaspatihi, Oshadhi and Phalegrahihi. These are the 4 main types. He gives many other subdivisions. Then the Amarakara, Vanaspatya means that which gives flower and then gives fruit. Vanaspati is that which won't flower but give fruit. And then Oshadhihi, it withers away after the fruit, like crops. And then Avandhyaha or Phalegrahihi, which yields fruit and it won't wither away. Then in Atharva Veda also we have some classifications. We will just read the names. Babhravaha means those plants which nourish the body flesh. And or there are 2 meanings given by the Bhashyaka. The Tikakaras give 2 meanings. One is the plants which nourish the body flesh is known as Babhruhu or Babhravaha plural. Or they may be taken as those with brown color. Shukraha, those which increase vitality and of white color. Rohinihi, those which heal wounds. We heard from some Ayurveda doctors, there is a sort of plant leaf, the juice of which when applied on the wound, it will heal overnight. And it actually happens like that. These were used during the wars. When there used to be war and the deep cut, they can put that at night and morning he will be healed of that wound. Satya Rohinihi, Prishnayaha, those which enhance the body fluids. And also it can mean the small plants or it may mean of various colors. Prishnayaha means Chitram. Chitram means of various colors, variegated. Asiknihi, the plants which give nuts or of dark complexion. Krishnaha, the plants of black color. And again, Atharva Veda gives one more classification in another mantra. Prastrinati, that which spreads profusely. Stambini, with profuse stamba, with branches, main branches, not the very minor offshoots. Ekashringa, with monopodial branches. Monopodial branch means from the root, one branch is the prominent one, others are all very small offshoots. That is Ekashringa. Pratnavati, spreading laterally. Amshumati, with many stalks. Kandini, with joints. Vishakha, spreading in all directions. Manjari, with leaves of flowers in clusters. Then classification of land or earth. Varahamihira, he is a very great acharya whose knowledge was of every kind. He was a polymath in the actual sense. He belongs to 6th century. That is how the Indologists decide today. But there is also a traditional opinion that he was somewhere in BC era. Anyhow, that's a argument. It leads to argument that Varahamihira in his Brihat Samhita is a Jyotisha Grantha. It is a Grantha on Jyotish Shastra, but it touches upon all the aspects of human life. In that, in the 54th chapter, which is called as Dakar Gala, the chapter's name is Dakar Gala. Daka means Udaka. Udaka means water. He gives very interesting insights as to how to scan water, where water is. Can you explore the water springs? Of course, today the technology is very advanced and we have several methods. But during those days, these rishis got these truths in the Samadhi, he writes. We'll just see a few of them. There are 125 verses, among which many of them discuss these things. We will see some 3-4. A copper colored earth, bhumi, mixed with gravel, will yield water of an astringent taste, kashaya rasa. Red brown earth, brackish water, unpleasantly salty. Pale white ground produces salt water, and blue earth, sweet water. Then there are some trees, Shaka, Ashvakarna, Arjuna, Bilva Sarja, Shriparni, Arishta, Dhava and Shimshapa. And other trees and shrubs and creepers being coarse, having leaves full of holes, indicate existence of water far off. This is a sign. He says when the place where you find these trees, then water is not available nearby. You have to travel to a distant place. One more, a piece of earth that has the color of the sun or fire or ashes or camel or donkey is declared to be waterless. In that land you will not find water even if you try to get the borewell. Where bamboo sprouts and red and milky that juice will be, and the earth is red, there is water underneath a stone. He says, though, if you dig and find a stone, please don't stop. You go still further and you will find water. Also, a stone or rock that resembles beryl. Beryl is Vaidurya. Vaidurya is a money. It is a precious gem. A clear, pale green, blue or yellow, semi-precious stone. The rock that resembles this color or green gram, cloud, dark, gem, ripe fig, bee or collyrium, or is brown in color, has got abundant of water nearby. A rock which resembles in color a pigeon, honey, ghee, silken cloth, or some creeper yields soon inexhaustible water. Toyang kurute akshayam. It yields inexhaustible water. Last one. When rock cannot be broken. Now he has come to a different thing. He said that beneath the rock there will be water. But how will you go beneath the rock? Manually to dig it is very difficult, well nigh impossible. Today technology, we have many different apparatus for that, by which we can go beneath the rock also. In those days, what was the technology, methodology? He says, when rock cannot be broken by hammering, fire should be made on it with the logs of Palasha Vriksha and Tinduka trees, and it should be burnt until it assumes the color of the fire. and then it should be sprinkled with lime water, then it can be broken. Now, disaster management. Our learned speakers just now have spoken on how science can address the modern challenges and problems. What was the Vedic methodology? If you ask, is there anything on par with the scientific methodology of this present time? Obviously, there is no such a thing. That this type of technology was not there, but technology was there. A different type of technology was practiced. And as Bhagavan Shankaracharya mentions in his Bhashya, and also as Sayana collects that and puts it in the verse form, Vedas are not meant for this. Veda and Vedanta is meant for that which is not accessible by any other means. What are the means of knowledge we have? Experiential knowledge we have, inferential knowledge, and book learning. In the Shastric terminology, these are known as Pratyaksha, Anumana, and Shabda. Where these three won't work, there Vedas will come in. Actually, that is the purpose. Shankara mentions that. The same thing Sayana says, Pratyakshena anumityava yastu upayo na vidyate enam vidanti vedena tasmad vedasya vedata. Veda is called as such because it gives that knowledge which is not accessible by any other means. So, they have a superior type of method in addressing the challenges, disasters. The first one will be prevention is better than cure. The first one will be prevention is better than cure. How will we prevent the disaster? They will think on that first. What will be the method? The Vedas, the scriptures will say, you give the best and you will receive the best. It will come by the law of nature. How can we give the best? By thought, by word and deed. Give the best and you will get the best. Then, second, prayer. Third, sanctification or abhimantrana. Fourth, sacrifices, yajna. Fifth, resolution, sankalpa. You resolve, you make a decision, determination. Sixth one, gratefulness and humble supplication even in peace and prosperity. We'll see one by one. Prevention is better than cure. Why? When the house is on fire, will you start digging a well? It's too late. You should have dug the well earlier. Then only you can save. It says, there is a very familiar Subhashita, Chintaniya hi vipadam adaveva pratikriya na kupa khananam yuktam vanhina dipite grihe. House is set on fire and this man wants to dig the well today. It won't work. Then give the best in thought, word and deed. Swamiji said in one of his, he wrote in one of his letters written to the Raja Ajit Singh of Khetri. Swamiji was in America at that time. He writes, seek for the highest, aim at the highest, and you shall reach the highest. In the same way, if we read it in the modern context to this subject, if you give the best in thought, word and deed, you will receive the best. Third one, how to prevent? Invoke the divine within. Divine within what? In soil, in plant and in earth. There is the divine principle. If you invoke that, you can ward off the disaster. So we have a prayer from Shvetashvatara Upanishad. It says, salutation again and again to that God who is in the herbs and who is in the trees, then how will they pray? Prayer was the second method. There is an example here. It is given from Atharva Veda. Whatever I dig out from you, may that grow again. Here, that person is addressing the deity of the earth, Bhumi. He says, during cultivation I have to dig, I have to till the soil. But whatever I do, let it again come up. Let there be no harm to the earth. He says that. And then again he prays, may I not injure your vital regions, the important parts in the earth. May I not destroy that during my effort at cultivation. And again, or the heart. The essence of the bhumi should not be destroyed. That care was there even when he would till the land. That is why in the traditional homes, they teach very valuable verses to the children when they are infants, kids. We learnt at a very young age. They would teach us, Samudra vasane devi parvatastana mandale Vishnu patni namastubhyam padasparsham kshamaswame. Before the child gets down from his bed and puts his leg on the earth, he is taught to chant this shloka. What does it mean? It says, O Devi, Bhumi Devi, you who have oceans for garments, mountains your bosom, O consort of Vishnu, salutations to you. Please forgive my touch of the feet on this earth, which is your holy body. This is another prayer addressed to the herbs. It's in Atharva Veda. The herbs that I know. This is very interesting because he says there may be thousands of herbs of medicinal value and I may not know that. He offers salutations to everything. He says, the herbs that I know, I see with my eyes, which I am aware of and which I am not aware of and the others don't know, and which contain the essence that can cure diseases, may all those herbs know by my words that I seek to rescue this patient from the malady. That means he invokes the goodness, the medicinal goodness in all the herbs in whatever thing he applies to a patient. Today in the puja, we chant that Gange cha Yamune chaiva Godavari Saraswati. They invoke all the holy waters in the water which he is using for the puja. In the same way, he does to the herbs. One more. This is very insightful. The modern science can also learn from this prayer. He says, I invoke to save this diseased person the herbs and creepers known to pig, mongoose, serpent and the divine musician. What is so interesting about that? He is speaking about the pig and again Varaha, he says Varaha, Nakula. Nakula is mongoose. You might have heard of this. When there is a fight between the snake and the mongoose, that teeth of that fangs of the serpent will touch and it will hit the mongoose also. The poison will enter its body also. But then they say, I have not seen, but I have heard from directly those who have seen several times, mongoose will run. It will eat some herbs and come back. The poison will not affect it. Mongoose knows that, which is the herb that it will cure him. In the prayer he addresses like that, Varaho Veda Virudham Nakulo Veda Bheshajim Sarpa Gandharvaya Vidusta Asma Avase Huve. I invoke those medicinal values in the herbs. That's why in Ayurveda we have a familiar saying, Nasti Vanaspati Ranaushadham. The full shloka is like this. We learn these things as Subhashitas. Amantram Aksharam Nasti Vanaspati ranaushadha. Ayogyaf purusho nasti. Once again, three things. Amantram aksharam nasti. There is not one akshara, one syllable, one phoneme, which is not used in some mantra somewhere. Vanaspati ranaushadha. There is no one plant, one in the plant kingdom, let us say, maybe a grass or whatever it is. There is no one plant species which is not a medicine. Third, there is not one man on earth. This is the very close, very dear philosophy to Swamiji. He said each soul is potentially divine. There is no one man on earth who is ayogyaha. That which we say in Bangla as apadartha, etc. There is no apadartha in Swamiji's terminology. In Vedic view, there is no such person. Then what is there? The last part of the shloka says, yojakas tatra durlabhaha. You have to connect it. You have to connect this plant to that disease. We make the reverse and suffer. We ate something which was not conducive and we fell ill. So these are the insights we get here. And then the third one is sanctification, abhimantrana. Abhimantrana means one of the simple methods of making that is the Brahmana Balakas, when they perform the Sandhya Vandana, they put the finger in the water kept in a Tamra Patra. They either chant mantras or make the repetition of Gayatri mantra and then they will drink it. It is also prescribed as a medicine for some ailments also. For example, one Pandit used to say, do the same thing, this process means keep some water in the Tamra Patra, put the finger's tip in that, chant the entire Vishnu Sahasranama and drink that. You will be cured of the fever. So this is Abhimantrana. This one, in one of the suktas in Atharva Veda, Sayanacharya, in the Taittiriya Samhita, Sayana says Udvapa mantra, just now we saw earlier. When the farmer will sow the seeds in the field, they will chant these mantras. That means the mantra has entered into those seeds. Abhimantrita bija. It will give wonderful harvest. So this is one of the disaster management techniques. Next, sacrifices. There are different yajnas. In this age, they may not work. Shastras themselves say that, for example, Jyotishtomena Svargakamo Yajeta Darshapurnamasena, like that it is said. But these things won't work in the Kali Yuga. It is mentioned in the Shastra. But we have different concepts. We can take the concept of yajna. We need not lit the sacrificial fire and do the same thing. Those who are capable of doing that, let them perform. It is necessary. Let them keep that culture. But those who are not used to that, Swami Vivekananda has given a modern methodology. He says, you can also perform yajna. What yajna? Whatever you have. If you have some knowledge, you share that knowledge with those who don't know. That is jnana yajna, dravya yajna, tapo yajna. So many types are possible. If you don't have any of this, at least you can give a patient listening to a person who is on the verge of madness. He wants someone who can listen to him. You can give him at least patient listening to him. That is also that may be a sort of yajna. This concept we have to understand. Next is resolution. Resolution means sankalpa. Sankalpa means you make some decision. Some of them during the new year, which actually is not. They say 1st January is New Year. 1st January is not our New Year. Anyhow, that has come into vogue now. Some people say that we make some resolutions on the New Year. That is sankalpa. That sankalpa also is very effective. Why? Chandogyopanishad says, Atha kalu kratumayaf purushaha. Kratuhu means sankalpaha. Purushaha is made up of his resolutions. Today, if a person is like this and he has such and such capacity and he earns like this and lives in this way, that means he has made such sankalpa that has brought out his personality in that manner. If this is true, with the same technique, we can avert all disasters also, and also bring the desired fruits. That is why in Shukla Yajurveda, both places we find Madhyandina Shaka and Kanva Shaka. In the Shukla Yajurveda, there is a hymn known as Shiva Sankalpa Sukta. The hymn is Shiva Sankalpa Sukta. At every mantra, the last part will be Tan me manas Shiva Sankalpamastu. It keeps on repeating. He prays that may my mind be of auspicious resolution or beneficial resolution. Then the last point under the 6 points which we considered as the Vedic methodology for handling disasters, disaster management. Last point is gratefulness and humble supplication. Supplication means offering oneself, praying to God or the Almighty Power. Gratefulness. See, those who are already in peace and prosperity, they should be grateful to the resources they have. They should not disrespect the resources. Because this gratefulness is God Himself. In Vishnu Sahasranama, it is said that Kritajnah Kritiratmavan. God is called as, He is named as Kritajnaha. That gratefulness we also should have. This we get in Vedic mantras also. There are several mantras which reflect this gratefulness of the mind. Now, the practical aspect of gratefulness, if you are grateful to the resources, let us say you are very prosperous and a rich person. You have all the wealth at your fingertips. That does not mean that you will waste your money or the resources or food. People throw so much of food and then they waste water. We have seen, that's why our senior Swamijis and all, they say you use the resources with utmost respect. Water, what we do, even the grown-up people make this mistake. After food, they go to wash their hands and for the ablution, they use water. They are doing like this and the water is just pouring down. You can stop the tap and again switch it on when it is necessary. These small things, but this one, Vedas will teach this. Where I would pay respects to our most revered Swami Bhajananji Maharaj. We had the blessed fortune to learn at his feet when we were in the training center. Maharaj used to emphasize the 4 vows given in the Taittiriya Upanishad last section, Bhriguvalli. What are the 4 vows given there? Annanna nindyat tadvratam, annanna parichakshita tadvratam, annam bahukurvita tadvratam, nakanchana vasatau pratyachakshita tadvratam. Annam na nindyat. Never criticize food. In Bangla we say tachilya kora. Never do that. Because that is a great vow. It is a penance. It is an austerity. Annam na parichakshita. You should not disrespect also. You may not say bad words, but you don't have respect for that. That also is not a parichakshita, means to show disregard. Annam bahukurvita. You have to strive by all means to produce more and more food. Abundant of food you should produce. That is a vow, means vrata. Then the 4th vrata is na kanchana vasatau pratyachakshita. If someone comes and seeks shelter, boarding and lodging with you, do not turn him away. This is regarding food. Vedas are like formulas, sutra. We can apply the same thing here. What are the resources? Soil, plant, and the earth, the land, the field which you have. If you apply the same thing here, do not nindyat, do not criticize or speak ill of soil, of plant, of earth. Then parichakshita, do not show disregard, do not disrespect the soil, plant and earth. Annam bahu kurvita, so soil you cannot make more, but at least you can prevent erosion. Just now Gautam Chatterjee and our other dear faculty members very nicely they presented. In the morning our Sir Dhar professor also spoke about so many things. Annam bahu kurvita, we can at least try to protect the soil. Then nakanchana vasatau pratyachakshita, if someone comes for boarding and lodging, don't turn him away. With respect to soil, plant and earth, how will you apply this? At least if someone seeks the resource or the produce which you had from the fields, you may share some with him. Do not turn him away. Why they say this? Or else he will curse you. The land which was fertile will one day turn barren. On the other hand, if you hold out a helping hand who has come seeking help, he will bless you and your harvest will increase. Like this, we can gather so much of important insights from the Vedas. The last one is the humble supplication. What is humble supplication? Humility means if someone is prosperous and has large land and has good produce also, but then he is not humble. He thinks that he, out of his intelligence, acumen, he could cultivate which others could not. That is not the full part of the picture. The picture is something different. Gita speaks of that. In the Bhagavad Gita, 18th chapter, it is said, Adhishthānam tatā karta karanam ca prithak vidham vividhāscha prithak cheshtāh daivam chaivatra panchamam. These 5 factors come into play in whatever we do. If I speak, if I write, if I sleep, whatever we do, there are these 5 factors. What are they? Adhishthānam, body. Karta, jivaha, the embodied soul. Karanam, the indriya, sense organs. Prithak cheshtaha, kriyaha, the actions which we perform. And then daivam chaivatra panchamam. There is such a thing known as daiva. Please don't misunderstand this daiva as something, some adrishta, some fortune. Shankara explains it. What is Shankara explains, and in other smriti also we find what is daiva. Daiva is the accumulated, the resultant force of your life. Whatever you did in the past, it has piled up, the energy is piled up. The resultant effect is called as daiva. All these 5 things come into play when we perform anything. So we have to be humble, even if we succeed. The second point is, submit yourself at the divine altar. It may be in the form of a guru or in the form of God, whatever is appealing to one's mind. One small example I shall cite and I will close the talk. Raghuvamsha. Raghuvamsha means Bhagavan Sri Ramachandra's lineage. The Kulaguru of Raghuvamsha was Vasishtha Maharshi, the redoubtable sage. He was exceptional. That's why whenever they say Brahmanaha agataha Vasishthopi, Vasishtha kim Brahmanaha na? No, his eminence sets him in a class apart. Of such standard he is Vasishtha. He was the Kulaguru. Now, Dilipa, one of the monarchs in the Raghuvamsha, did not have progeny. He did not have children. He goes to this Vasishtha in his ashrama, and Vasishtha inquires him, "How are you, my son?" He is the Kulaguru. He has seen him from infancy. He says, "How are you, my son? How are you? How do you do? Is everything okay?" At that question, this Dilipa of noble culture, he prostrates at the feet of his guru, Vasishtha, and says, "Purushayusha jivinyo niratanka niritayaha yan madiyah prajas tasya hetuhu tvad brahmavarchasam. This is from Kalidasa. He says, if my subjects in my kingdom, they all live to their full span of life, purushayusha jivinyaha, niratankaha, no terrorism, atanka, there is no atanka. Actually, if you have to put an end to terrorism, the monarch should be like that. He should be an indomitable power, and he was so. Dilipa was such a powerful monarch. Indra used to invite him to Swarga to help him in his wars. In the Raghuvamsha, Kalidasa writes, Pura Shakram upasthaya tavorvim prati yasyataha. So it goes on like that. He was such a powerful man, but he says, if there is no terrorism or any other fear in my country, in my kingdom, and then niritayaha. Iti means there are 6 types of the science knows today. There are many more today. Iti means the menace of rodents. They eat all the crops, and locusts. It is a menace, that is iti. They are of 6 types, Shastra say. Niratankaha niritayaha purushayusha jivinyaha madiyaha prajaha yadi tatra hetuhu. The reason for that is not my prowess. It is all because of your tapasya. Brahmavarchasam hetustvad brahmavarchasam. He prostrates at the feet of Vasishtha. Let us also imbibe these Vedic cultural aspects into our life, and may God give us the strength to live up to that standard. Thank you all.
Thank you, Maharaj, for this beautiful talk. We learned a lot, and mostly the thing we learned is the Veda-Vedanta resolved the concern by adopting a paradigm shift. Veda-Vedanta is not supposed to give this knowledge, but it solved this by a paradigm shift, redefining the approach to the problem entirely. So thanks once again, Maharaj. And question on the floor.
So it's already 10 minutes to 5. Our Aratrikam is going to begin. Exactly at 5:10 they have the first bell. Everybody who wants to attend Aratrikam have to be inside the temple by 5:05. And we give you 10 minutes for tea. So let us skip the question answer, because often it happens in seminars, people want to display their knowledge. If you ask them to ask a question, they will give a lecture. So we will skip it today for today. And tomorrow we will have a panel discussion. All the speakers available will be there. You can bombard them with questions. I will moderate that. So we close today. So we have invited a special expert cook who will make vegetable chops. We didn't want to purchase it from outside. So his salt ready is getting cold. So we will get some tea, coffee and chops. Quickly finish that. Those who are interested in the Aratrikam, please enter the temple not later than 5:05 p.m. Thank you. We close for today. Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat Shri Ramakrishna Arpanamastu. Remember, we have one more day to go.